Maxilla, what's going on, man? Welcome. How you doing? Travis Sent, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing? Aiden McGill, what's up? Gabriel, yes, you are on time today. Dan Stan, what's up? We have got the $3.50 Mossy Oak axis lock that I bearing swapped. So we're going in on this. I expect 3CR13. I won't be surprised by much of anything with it, but we got to see. We got to see. But yeah, we'll give it a couple minutes, let some people get in here. Zint, come on, you do this every time. You know he's going to be here in a while. Maxilla, you got to wait till June. You know that. You know it's going to be in June. Come on now, buddy. We have had this discussion about a million times with a million people. You know it's in June. And I'm trying out a new system. I have got the phone that I read comments on mounted right over here instead of over my right shoulder. Jerry Curl, what's up? Member for 2 months. How you doing, brother? Welcome back, man. But let's say, yeah, so I should have an easier time reading the comments than I've been having, which I like this. I'm just using a holder that I... Sakuna, what's going on? Welcome. How you doing? But yeah, no, the dropout does not last long. But the holder I'm using to hold this up is the one that I use upstairs when I want to watch vertical streams for a long time. So yeah, I'm doing great. We're fixing to start a live stream. We're going to do edge retention testing on this and cut up cardboard till the edge is wrecked. We'll sharpen it. We'll go in again, and we're going to hang out and have a great time. I am definitely looking forward to getting this stream underway. We're going to give it until 5 o'clock even my time before we start cutting. But we can take a look at the edge and see how that's doing before we start. Zent, at least you didn't get stabbed this week, Zent. At least you didn't get stabbed. And I'm going to turn Wi-Fi on this phone, because I burned up a ton of data on my phone plan, and I don't want my speed to get throttled halfway through this. So let's keep our fingers crossed that the video quality remains stable this time. It might get a little pixelated for a minute. We don't know. All right, where's my notebook? $7 minutes. We got 7 minutes here. All right, Mossy Oak. All right, so we're starting off at 189. Zint, you know about the fixed blades. Bro, why are you coming in here with questions like that? Aiden, bro, the work sharp is so good. The work sharp is so good. Yeah, 189 is a good edge, but the lowest I've gotten it sharpening myself is 115 on this thing. Sakuna, so this was part of a 7-knife set for $25. So this breaks down to $3.57 for this thing. Now, me being who I am, I went to upgrade it and move it from the nylon washers over to bronze washers, see if I can improve performance a little bit. And I stumbled across some bearings that actually fit it. So I bearing swapped it. So like it's a super cheap knife. I'm expecting super cheap steel. We should get about an hour and a half to an hour of 40 minutes. Yeah, barely sold. But we should get an hour and a half to an hour of 40 minutes of cutting time off of this before the edge gets shot. We sharpen it back up. We should get up over 2 hours by a little bit. That's what we get out of 3CR13, especially with a grind similar to this one. So there shouldn't be too many surprises, especially not for, 7 knives for 25 bucks. We should be on 3CR13. I would think so. But yeah, no surprises off of that. We got 5 minutes and we'll start cutting. We got 72 people in here, guys. Smash that like button. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. We're going to start wearing this edge out very shortly. But yeah, so you guys that are in here today, is anybody looking around for thank you, Sakuna. So after it craps out, of course, we're going to sharpen it and go back in. And we also have to finish off this one. If y'all remember, this thing did terrible when we started in on it last time on the factory edge, and I sharpened it, and we've done 2 installments so far. We've gotten about an hour of cut time in on this, on the new edge. It's just been kind of at the end of live streams, and after last night's live stream with the damn storm pooper, it tore my hand up so bad I couldn't keep cutting with it. But yeah, you guys that are here, what are y'all checking out for Black Friday? What are y'all looking around at for Black Friday? It's like I've picked up some knives for the channel. I picked this thing up and it's going right back. This thing ended up being a slip joint, not a locking knife, which I could have forgiven. But the edge on this is at a 500 on the tester, and the blade's already chipped. I haven't cut anything with it, and the blade's already got a chip in it. So this thing is going right back. I'm not running this thing. It can get bent. So I did order a QSP Penguin. I am overdue to get one of those. And then I've got my Hogue Deca and MagnaCut ordered, and that's coming in. I've also got that Flissa multi-tool that I asked you guys about. That seems to be a fairly positive response to that. Enough people said they want to see it that I'm going to go with it. And then a trusted channel friend is sending me a Gerber Suspension NXT to check out on that one too. So we got that. Oh, we can check out the super fine paper here. So yeah, we got a good working edge on it. Damn it. All right. Nice on the Penguin. I'm vaping. It's nowhere near as bad as the nowhere near as bad as the cigarettes were. Like I feel a lot better when I was smoking 2 packs a day. But yeah, I'm not testing that piece of shit knife again. That thing was all fucked up. Just a guest, what's going on? Welcome. Josh, what's up? Welcome. But you know that knife that I'm sending back, just know that edge was god awful. It's one of the worst edges off of the factory that I've seen. Wow. The cuts are not cooperating today. There we are. Okay, we'll go with that. Yeah, like I kind of miss a bit about cigarettes, but honestly, I was desperate to quit for about a year before I finally broke down and got an electronic. And I haven't looked back. Jay, the feet are right here. The feet are here. So that they are in frame. But Big Bird, welcome. How you doing? No, so I got started smoking. A friend of mine gave me a cigarette back when I was like 18. And oh, I've been good. But and I ripped that thing and took it to the dome and I got a nice buzz going and I was like, you know what? I need more of this. So I bought more cigarettes and it just took off from there. It snowballed and it became very bad for me. Like I was on 2 packs a day. It's 5 o'clock. Let's start cutting. But, you know, it became very bad for me, and it became a 2 pack a day habit by the time I was done. Bando Picks, what's up? Well, I mean, here's the thing. The world has changed a lot since my day. All right. Ron Dobbins, what's up? We got the $3.57 Mossy Oak Axis lock on deck that I bearing swapped. But, you know, the world was very different not too long ago. Smoking wasn't a big deal. Like, I remember when smoking was first banned in restaurants and bars. And thank you, Ron Dobbins. But, you know, smoking was first banned in bars and restaurants and stuff like that. And people freaked out. Oh, believe me, I'm vaping as much as I smoke. Now, that being said, the nicotine intake off of vaping, depending on what you're vaping, is way lower than cigarettes were by a lot. I mean, a lot. And you're also not taking in the carcinogens from a combustible material, and you're not taking in the additives that companies put in the cigarettes to make them even more addictive. So, you know, that's a good thing. But yeah, like I do remember smoking. Like, you had ashtrays outside of most places. Just a guess. No, not really. Like, you're not supposed to do that, so I don't. But we got a dock out back. Man, this right here is going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, Ron, I know I'm having a good weekend. But yeah, it used to be a completely different beast. Yeah, Jay, if you're using a larger mod and if you're using a disposable, it's going to be a bit harder to quit most likely. Those things have a much higher nicotine percentage. Those are like 50% nicotine, whereas like the juice I make for myself is like 3%, so it's going to be easier to quit when I get around to it. But I don't want to quit anytime soon. And I can step down to 0 milligram if I want to, and just cut back until there's no nicotine, and then I'll get bored and quit. That being said, I'm in way too far to back out right now, so it ain't gonna be anytime soon. But yeah, you can definitely quit. I've helped a lot of people quit smoking. It takes no time at all, Jay. It does take having concentrates, vegetable glycerin, propylene glycol, and nicotine base. But I can rip out a few bottles in like 5 minutes and be good for a few days. And it might cost 35, 40 cents a bottle. All right, Zent, no worries. We'll see you in a few minutes. So yeah, like, it cost me next to nothing. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that Deca showing up. Like, I've been perusing other Black Friday stuff, but I can't go too crazy spending money that I don't have. So I buy my stuff online. However, your nicotine base, I'm not sure where you would get that now. A while back, they legally banned shipping nicotine to private residences or anywhere that doesn't have a bunch of special licensing. So I'm not sure where you would go about getting the nicotine base anymore. You know, when they passed that law and they did that, I went ahead and ordered like 4 liters of nicotine, and a liter of nicotine will last me a year, maybe more, because like I use one milliliter of nicotine per bottle. That gives me 3% nicotine, which is a nice comfortable spot. It's low nicotine, just enough to do its job. And yeah, I'm set for a while. Like, each liter is good for, yeah, give or take 1,000 bottles of juice. Yeah, I can keep going for a couple more years. About the time I start running out of nicotine base, it's probably when I'll start looking at quitting. Because right now I do enjoy it, but I'm also reaching a point now where, you know, if I didn't want the nicotine and I didn't want the ritual, I would drop it. But I want to use up that nicotine first. And like, when you make it yourself, you have a lot of control over the ingredients. You have a lot of control over the specific flavor profile. So I make stuff that's suited to my taste. Punished. Punisher! I haven't cooked a turkey before. I am not. Jay, thank you for gifting out some memberships. Thank you. If you would like, you can pick out a figure. We got, of course, as always, the robot, the Grim Reaper, the zombie, the ninja, the mummy, the knight, the alien, and the scuba guy to pick from. And I lost track of my train of thought. Oh, yeah. No, so I have never done a turkey. So I really couldn't offer you much wisdom on that. Like I said, at the moment, literally everything that I eat comes out of the microwave. Literally everything. And if this month we hadn't been getting the precision adjust, the work sharp, I'd be looking at what to get to give away to you guys. But next month we're doing something. We're still rounding up the super chats and the ad revenue and all the good things, so that again I can break it up between Blade Show, getting something to show you guys on the channel, and getting something to give away for you guys. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we end up at the end of the month, because that's going to dictate how cool whatever I can give away is. We are now at the ASMR portion. Jay, you don't want to pick a figure out? I'll pick one out. God damn it, my chat keeps freezing, so I'm missing stuff. Punisher, I did get your email and I replied. All right, the night it is, Jay. Chat keeps freezing on my phone that I'm watching this on, so bear with me. But we will do the night. Well, no, I already saw the night pop up there. It took me a second. Like I said, chat keeps freezing on this phone, so I'm like having to scroll up and scroll back down kind of over and over again. Day's been good, man. Just kind of been relaxing, ripping out a bunch of videos. Doing my thing. I tried doing a video sharpening with the new work sharp. However, that entire video, the table is shaking, so it looks like this while you're watching it. That is no good. So I got to look at cleaning out room in my small workshop, getting electricity somehow to the workbench, and setting some stuff up there where I can film stuff like that on that workbench. I've got to get that figured out, which that's not going to be an immediate process, because that workshop is piled up with random crap. Yeah, the figures are called butt heads. They are available on Amazon. I kind of wish they did another run of them, but I don't think they are. Oh, damn, Rage. I hate that. Like, I have not gone and done some things that I'm supposed to be doing for myself for way too long, and now I'm procrastinating going back. Foxia22, what's going on? We are doing edge retention testing. We're seeing how much of this knife can take before we destroy the edge on it. And I'm hanging out with you guys. But, yeah, like if you stay gone for the longer you stay gone and the more you skip it, the harder it is to go back. Like it gets orders of magnitude harder the longer you go. Like you miss 2 of them, you still got to lug yourself back and it's not going to be fun. But you miss like 10 of them and it's a fucking monumental effort to drag yourself back. Yeah, I'd kind of like to do jiu-jitsu, but I will say the thought of being choked as a submission sets off all the PTSD. And that's the kind of panic that it's like if I got to kill you to make it stop, I damn well will. Quan, what's up? How you doing? No, you won't. You sit there making knife videos, but don't use them for work. You'll just go to sleep. Half of that made sense. I do take them to work with me, but the other half didn't make much sense. But welcome, I guess. I can't tell if we got our first troll of the day or not. Quan, that was a little weird. Oh, yeah, no, you're dead right about that. Quan, you're dead right about that. I am totally fucking unprepared for something like that. I'm not saying I would successfully kill somebody in a jiu-jitsu hold that had me in a submission. I am talking about the sheer amount of panic that comes from that because unfortunately, getting choked out doesn't really leave bruises, and CPS doesn't show the fuck up at your house because you don't have bruises. So guess what I went through a lot of after the first and second time CPS showed up at my fucking house when I was a kid. But Big Bird, we will see you later. Arthur, what's up? Bro, size plays a lot in that game, Rage, from what I understand. But yeah, Quan, I finally figured out what you were saying there. That took me a second. But it's probably not hard to guess there's a lot of residual anger there, and that's enough of that because I don't want to drag the whole thing down. But yeah, you guys just getting in here. You guys just getting in here. What are y'all looking at for Black Friday? I've been asking that, trying to see if anybody's trying to find something interesting. Crack? All right. That being said, I don't think the price of crack's going to be lowered for Black Friday. pretty sure that's not going to happen. If anybody in here that smoked crack knows more than I do about whether or not the price of crack gets lowered for Black Friday, please let us know. Ooh! All right, so we got someone looking for crack, and we got someone looking for an Arrow precision rifle. I'm assuming that is an air rifle. I'm assuming. Not an air rifle? Yeah, sorry, Quan. I'm not that familiar with guns. I've got my small collection of stuff. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, like I've got my small kit, but beyond that, guns are too expensive for me to chase down right now, so I'm not too familiar with them. At some point, I'll have to learn about them. But right now, it's just way too expensive. Oh yeah, I love firearms. I love shooting. It's just, I don't know that much yet. The cap and ball always looks cool. Like, I like the idea behind that. And I know if you go far enough back, you can get ones that technically aren't firearms. So they're real easy to get your hands on. Welcome back, Zent. They're real easy to get your hands on. You just have them delivered to your house. Hey, Big Bird, welcome back. That always looks interesting. That being said, I'm not sure how keen I'd be on sitting there trying to reload the damn thing after dumping a clip. Or dumping your, whatever they call it. Dumping all your rounds and emptying the gun out. We'll go with that. Zint, we should just celebrate the fact that this week, finally, you didn't get stabbed. Rage, no. No, I damn well know. I damn well knew what was coming out of that. It was like, nope. I've done stupider things to attest to my own bravery, but not doing that. Well, for someone that couldn't own what the government classifies as a firearm, that's a nice little loophole there. The knife game is where you put your hand out and you're just like tap, 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 back and forth as fast as you are willing to go. That's a different knife game. That's Mumbledy Peg. G-Terror, what's going on? Well, no, the one you're talking about is Mumbledy Peg. I'm not sure exactly why I know that. Yeah, the one that's the knife game that's always been called knife game was, and it's also called Five Finger Fillet, but normally it's called the knife game. I haven't done that. Mumbledy Peg, God no. Yeah, we're doing the Mossy Oak Axis Lock, but welcome, Ben. And I am still so amused that I managed to bearing swap a $3 knife. But yeah, injuries to hands and feet are like the most annoying ones possible. So it's like, yeah, I'm not taking unnecessary risks there. No, thank you. Quan, not familiar with Hammerschlagen. You please explain what that one is. It sounds brutal. You know, the one that I almost regret not getting to play is I never got to play Edward 40 Hands. And that seems like it would have been a fun evening. We have been cutting for 20 minutes. Oh, nice, Ben. You're not very late. Like, we just started the live about 30 minutes ago, and we've been cutting for like 20. Yeah, we're on the factory edge. Oh, no. It was on nylon washers. It was on nylon washers. Now it's on bearings. I was going for bronze washers to see if I could loosen the action up a little bit, but I wound up stumbling across bearings that would fit where the nylon washers were when I was gutting a Temu knife that I thought. Huh. That's actually pretty neat, Quan. I like that. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, now, so are y'all taking turns swinging, or are y'all all swinging at the same time? Because it seems like if you're all swinging at the same time, that could get kind of wild. The Void Star, what's up? Welcome back. Well, if you go back and you look at the video I did reviewing the week and the video after bearings, you can see the difference. It's crazy. All Cricket, what's up? Welcome. How are you doing today? Every Winchester folder I have touched has been the same kind of cheap trash that Smith & Wesson puts out, or worse. I've got Winchester folders where the scales were held onto the knife with double-sided tape. All right? Just let that sink in. Piranha 5350, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah, listen, just when the scales are held on with double-sided tape, you got a problem. Oh, that seems like that's a lot of fun, Quan. That seems like that would be a lot of fun. Yeah, I've got a couple of Winchester folders from, I think, around 2003, I think, or 2006. They some trash. Oh yeah, Piranha, we had that discussion every single stream. Don't buy knives from gun manufacturers unless you're buying a Hogue. You know, if you've been around, you know what I'm saying here, but I'd rather carry tip down than carry a Smith & Wesson. come on. When the cardboard is folded like this, you're not in for a good time. See, I can just finish the cut this way. Got like a more basic folder. 4 weeks in a row, Zen. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. 4 weeks in a row. But like a more basic folder, I'd buy the shit out of that. Let's smash that like button and see if we can get that algorithm up a little bit higher. Zent, you got to get... You are granted the gifted membership at random, Zent. Are you looking at a fixed blade? Because the more fixed blade is a great place to start. You can look up Dutch bushcraft knives and see what they've done to Mora knives, and those things stand up. Yeah, I mean, a Mora carbon or something like that, the $10 or $11 knife, that's a great place to start. Really good blade. It'll stand up to some pretty heavy use, and, you know, you don't have to worry about it that much. And if it breaks, it's like 10 bucks. Yeah, open nails are nice. Open nails are definitely nice. I know we did this with one of them. I forget how long it went, but we did do an open nail on this. Yeah, I think my very first knife was a small Victorinox, a little keychain Swiss Army knife. But then after that, the first ones I can remember having for longer than a day were the Schrade old-timer lockbacks that the hardware store next to my house sold. Yeah, I will say I miss Mickey and Martin back when they were younger and the videos were a bit more varied. It's like kind of the European sense of humor. Amusing, but it doesn't 100% connect with a with an American viewer, especially when you get used to like a lot of really crazy humor. But you know, I do like watching their stuff. It's just, you know, back in the day when the content was a lot more varied, it was definitely a lot easier to watch. For sure, it's just, you know, kind of like a lot of channels, and I'm trying to figure out how to break that myself, but they kind of turned a very formulaic thing. You know, it's kind of the same formula video after video, and I know that's kind of the secret to success with YouTube, is hit a formula that works and stick to it pretty closely. OJ, what's up? We have got the $3.57 Ozark Trail Axis lock that I bearing swapped. So I'm pretty sure I got the only one on the planet on bearings. Oh, come on. Come on. Cut, you son of a dick. I got a feeling this is going to be approaching 400 by the end of the first hour. But I do watch Joe X occasionally, and that's, again, it's kind of the same video again and again and again for the most part. And yeah, I mean, there are ways to break around, especially if you're doing the kind of content that lends itself to doing something different every week. But you get into stuff like knives and things like that, like it gets really hard to really think of a new way to use and abuse a knife, especially if you're set up to like if you're set up to just do this, floating hands over a table, there's only so much you can do with that. And that is where you find a good formula and you stick to it. Now, at some point when I can start editing videos, I may start taking a look at things I can do different. I'm still not in love with the idea of completely destroying the knives and snapping the blades to look at the grain structure. Scott PW, what's up? Welcome. How you doing? Come on, cut, you son of a bitch. Big Bird, I do not enjoy cooking. I do not enjoy the process of cleaning up afterwards. Like, there's not. Yeah, and Choir Boys is set up to do that. You know, his channel is set up to do that. His recording is set up to do that. But he is also not a floating hands over a table knife guy. Like when you're just floating hands over a table, only so much you can do. Yeah, we're starting to see some problems here. Yeah, I do remember when there was that brief feud between Survival Lily and Dutch Bushcraft Knives over her survival knife. And I think it was mostly due to the HRC. Ben Roberts, I do not have a P.O. box set up right now. Couple things going into that. If you were here last night, you saw how much stuff I had left to chew through. So if stuff started getting sent in, there'd be a lot of that stuff where it would show up and either I wouldn't be able to get to it for like 6 months at least, or it would just never show up on video. I don't want to do that to people. Yeah, well, I mean, I call it like I sees it. It's floating hands over a table. Rage, I have quite a bit of cardboard. I brought plenty home for when I was on vacation, and I've been bringing in more as I get prepped for further live streams. As a matter of fact, I had like I had a stash of cardboard in the back seat of my truck that I completely forgot about that we're cutting up right now. It's been in the back of the truck for weeks. Just completely forgot about it. I'm like, oh shit, I need to get that out of the truck. And I went and got it today. Gravito DZ or Gravito DZ, I'm not sure. But we're making a vegan strip steak. Now, we're testing the edge of this knife to see how long it can stand up to this, is what we're doing. But yeah, I like the Survival Lily stuff. And Andrews, what's up? But yeah, I think the Survival Lily knife was just the HRC was low on it. Which, like, it's always weird. Like, they make a survival knife in low HRC, like SE does, and they catch a lot of flack for it. And I'm assuming you catch the flack for it until you have to sharpen it in the field. You gotta go, Scott. This is kind of like, you know, would I want a survival knife that holds an edge for a long time, but could very easily chip out if I, say, bounced it off a rock or something, trying to do something in a weird spot because I was trying to survive. Or would I want one that wouldn't hold an edge for as long, but if it did get dinged up, I could sharpen it on a rock pretty easily? Like, that's the question. You know, if I can find a good river rock and then put like a functional edge back on it, that might be preferable. And Andrews, what would you want 3 of? I missed something, obviously. Don't forget to gently fondle the underside of the like button. Let's speed the algorithm, see if we can get this live stream going a little faster. Get some new eyes on this stuff. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, like, honestly, if I was looking at survival, let's say the survival situation, I anticipated there being a survival situation coming up. That's why you got to gently fondle it, Rage. That's why you got to be gentle. You know, when you get under there and you fondle the like button, that's why you got to be gentle. You know, if I anticipate the situation I'm going in might end up in a survival situation, yes. You know, and I'd be looking at my AD-10, probably my cold steel Bowie machete, and then possibly something a bit larger. I might swap the knife out for a hatchet and go with those. However, if I'm going out somewhere and I'm not really thinking that I'm going to wind up in a survival situation, it might just be like I'm driving somewhere that's a long way between stops. You know, just have the AD-10 on me and then get by until I can get help. Because, I mean, realistically, if you don't get help in the first couple days, you're probably kind of fucked. You know, there's a difference between planning for survival and then not knowing you're going to wind up in a situation. It's like, you know, the places I go and the things I do right now, I'm not outdoors and I'm not in between places for that long. So there's always a gas station or a Waffle House or something like that within walking distance. Oh, you can very aggressively, if you want to, you can very aggressively touch the underside of the like button. You can be very aggressive with it. Yeah, it's again, like, I'm never more than a walk away from, you know, something. And like the farthest I am from civilization is when I'm on the highway in between exits. You know, I don't carry a firearm with me, simply because, like, I don't need it stolen out of my car, or out of my truck. I can't have it on my person at work. And if we had a situation where I need to pull that thing, like, I don't know how to handle that kind of escalation. And I know I don't. I work retail, man. I work retail. Sorry. I got to be dressed business casual. I really can't have a gun on my person. Not unless I don't particularly feel like keeping my job. Yeah, we should. But no, again, the problem is if somehow the gun becomes concealed, and I have it on me, that can be a very big problem. And, you know, you'd be surprised at how much physicality there is in retail, but that's going to become incredibly uncomfortable for a while. Yeah, well, we ain't those. We ain't the retail workers that can open carry. Like, I'm not even supposed to have knives that are much larger than this on me. I will still carry stuff like the Cold Steel Mayhem. I just won't have it out on the sales floor or going too crazy with it. I mean, it's just part of the game. Believe me, if I could open carry, I would. That being said, concealed carry, there's not a great way to do that. Not and have it in my way constantly the whole fucking day. And again, leaving it out in the car. I can't stand the thought of something like that getting stolen from my vehicle. I can't. You know, and I've grown up in bad parts of town where it's not unheard of, where if there's anything in your car that looks like it might be of value, even just a stereo worth more than 20 bucks, you could very well come back out to find your window smashed and your shit gone. You know, God forbid you have a backpack in your car. Oh shit, yeah, game over. Like if they can spot a backpack in your car, your shit's getting smashed. All right, we swap empty boxes to hold shredded cardboard right quick. Yeah, the area I'm in now, it's not so much of a problem, but those old habits and those old trains of thought aren't going away anytime soon. You know, like I've had guys that were some of my best friends break into my house to steal all my PlayStation games and memory cards and shit, just to take them to the pawn shop for a few bucks. You know, I've had shit like that happen all the damn time. So now it's like I'm very, very, very defensive of my shit. I don't play around with that. The last time I really genuinely hurt somebody, the last time I really hurt somebody was when I caught them trying to steal stuff from me. Thankfully, it was over quickly before I did too much damage, but they got hurt. Here's your infrequent reminder to smash the like button. Let's let the algorithm know that we enjoy these things. But yeah, I'm in the suburbs outside of Atlanta, but I lived in one of the worst. Personally, I lived in one of the worst shit spots you can. That's not straight up 100% the ghetto in Atlanta. It wasn't that bad, but it was still a bad part of town. Gentlemen, I think we may have some problems. Zint, I guess if you lose your streak, you got stabbed or shot. I mean, I'm not sure what you want. I don't know. Maybe Punisher can email you a hug. Yeah, let's take a look at this. It started off at 189. I am assuming high 300s, low 400s. Fuck! Are you shitting me? I just grabbed my bag upside down and dumped out every single fucking test clip I have. Give me a second, guys. This is going to take a second. God damn it. What the fuck, guys? I can't see comments right now. I'm tied up. If you got anything important, hold it. Like, of all the dumbass bullshit, and these things aren't... Well, Zent, you're right. That was a very stupid question. Okay, once I think I may have gotten them all. I wouldn't be as mad, but that is like a $25 bag of clips if you include shipping. I get the feeling I may be finding these things on the floor for a little while. The feeling I might be finding these things on the floor for a little while. Well, lesson learned. Yeah, this one's already used. See what I mean? Son of a diddly. Oh, look at that. I got 400. I got 400 on that. So yeah, it's wearing out just like 3CR does. Couple more dead clips here. Buddy, if you're anywhere in Europe, I very highly doubt that they did not ban guns in places like school. Ooh, I found an extra clip. Yeah, in the house I've got a cane that my uncle made, and the shaft of the cane is some steel conduit. And then the handle is just a brass billet, like a 18, 20-ounce brass billet. And he made that to walk around in public while carrying basically a warhammer. Yeah, I guess we're sharpening this thing. I said, I highly fucking doubt if you are anywhere in Europe that guns are allowed in school, especially in places where they ban literally everything else that's not guns. I'm calling bullshit. No, it's not terrible at all. Like, it's doing 3CR13 things. It's just one of those things where the 402 is a little sus. Let me try a different spot. Let's see if we can spot where the snag is on some paper. Some paper. Okay, so we got a 613. So 402 is pretty damn dull. So a good edge, like this thing started at 189, it was a good edge. Yeah, 613, that's what the cuts look like. But like 402 is pretty badly damaged. All right, you get down to around 120 or so, you're into the edge quality of a utility knife blade. Yeah, 613 is butter knife level. But like when I finish sharpening something, we get around the 120s, somewhere in that window. So 47 minutes, not great, especially not with how good the edge started off. The man respect, what's going on? How are you doing? So let's get the healing box out, guys. Gotcha. Yeah, this place ain't the most family friendly. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. This ain't the most family friendly place. Like I've gone on tirades, and then after I have been like swearing like a drunk sailor at a whorehouse, and going on about everything else, I've had guys be like, "Hey, I'm watching with my family right now." I was like, "Oh, well, not sure what to tell you, man. You are in a not family friendly environment, that's for sure." Okay, precision adjust professional. Fuck yeah. So we are going to do our standard and quite typical 18-degree edge. Yeah, I'd love to be set up on a wicked edge or something else crazy like that, which that may be at some point in the channel's future. But you know, right now, this is more than good enough to get us where we want to go. Eagle Scout, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, I was like, and he waited until we had been going for a minute before he's like, "Yeah, I'm watching my wife and kid here." It's like, bro, one, this ain't family friendly, and two, why did you wait that long? Queebox, what's going on? Welcome. How you doing, man? All right, so we'll set this up. We'll zero it out on this. All right, we're zero here. All right, so we're at a nice 18 degrees. Piranha, I haven't messed with the any petrified fish yet. I'm waiting to play with the beluga, but that's the first petrified fish I've had, and I haven't actually gotten to carry it yet. Ben, appreciate you being here, man. Maybe we'll see you a little bit later. All right, so we got ourselves a nice even 18 degrees Nyar. Of course, we will get the yeah, like that whole thing was crazy. And of course, like the way this thing is set up, your thumb stud means you can't sharpen this whole edge. Like I'm butted up against the thumb stud here, and there is still like a 1/4 inch or so of edge right here that we're not going to get to sharpen. Apologies for the noise of fins. There's only so much we can do about that. And if you guys are just getting here, do me a solid, smash that like button out. Let's feed the algorithm a little bit. I don't really need the thumb stud so much. That being said, I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, again, this is a $3 knife that we're beating on, and I'm not going to carry it again after this, at least not for a long time. simply because I'm going to be on to other things. You know, I've already got the knife for next week lined up. That is upstairs. Should be a pretty good week, even though it is another $5 knife. It should do okay. No burr yet. Well, no, like it was weird because like we were on a tirade, like we were on one, and dude waited. Like we were in that thing, like we were going for a while, and he's like, "Hey, my wife and kid are watching with me." Is like, bro, why didn't you say something sooner? Like a lot sooner. I get you, OJ. I should be practicing my hand sharpening more, but honestly, this gets us very consistent, reliable results. Like if we need to know a specific angle that we're getting for doing these live streams, then we need to know exactly what angle we're going in at, not guessing. Last live stream was a redux of the Storm Pooper, trying that on a factory edge, but you didn't miss much. The thing that happened with Bill, that was a couple of months ago. Yeah, like I said, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm not looking forward to it at the same time. You got a weird low spot on our edge right here that I'm trying to work out. Has it been that long, Pons? Yeah, I think we gotten into porn or something like that. Joseph Stewart, yeah, we got the professional. Well, more accurately, you guys got the professional for the channel, and by default for me. I don't like this weird low spot, but it is significantly better. It is significantly better. It's made life a lot easier in a lot of respects. Arthur, I do not work on Thanksgiving, but I'm also not going to stream on Thanksgiving. It's again like we have been going for a while, and he's like, "Hey, I'm watching with my wife and kid," and it's like, "What the hell?" And of course, so one thing that's better about it, you've got a much larger, more rigid frame. All right, you can do this when you want to flip a knife over, and it's a lot easier. The stones are 1 inch wide and 6 inches long, which also makes that a lot easier. It goes a lot faster, and like it's overall a better unit. Dan Stan. Damn it. Damn it. Yes. I like that thing for running cheaper knives with. It's just, especially with that blade grinding attachment, you can only sharpen between the wheels on the top, and it's very easy to round out your tip. Like, really round it out. So it's got to be a knife you don't care that much about. Like, I'm assuming it would take a lot of practice to get to where you can get a perfect clean tip on that thing while you're doing the slack belt grinding. But the way it's set up, the motor stops you dead cold trying to start sharpen one side of your knife. Thomas McDonald, yes it is. This is the $250 version. We were using the $120 version up until last night. Well, like pushing the back on mine, the button was so hard to press. It was so ridiculously overstrong on the spring that, like, y'all saw me. I was just pulling it out and flipping it over manually. Like, at that point, why not? All right, we have got our burr established. We can move on to 320. And like those of y'all that have watched these streams know, if I've got to hog that much material off on the small one, the Elite, we would have been here for another 25, 30 minutes doing that. Eagle Scout, nice. Yeah, it's just, and of course, when you got guys that haven't been on a lot of streams before, and they're like, you can press a button on the back, it's like, bro, that button's worthless. Hey, that cheaper one is fantastic. Like you get a lot more comfort with this one. A lot more comfort, a few extra features. But I mean, we rocked that $120 number, the Elite, for a long damn time. You know, if 120 bucks is the upper limit of what you can afford to get, that thing will take great care of you. It's slow, but it'll take care of you for a long damn time. No, the amount of uses we got out of that, we never had to buy new stones. Those diamond plates are going to last years. You know, but hogging material off with that little 4-inch by 1/2-inch stone, God, so slow. I just dinged the thumb stud. Yeah, the line between pet and food is drawn by the nature of the situation you're in. That line is drawn solely by how dire your circumstances are. I can drop by for a few minutes. That being said, like, you're looking at doing a kind of late stream, man. You know how long these guys go. Like, it is 6:14 in Georgia. It's easily going to be midnight before we're done. Hello, Chipello. What's going on? We're doing edge retention testing on this guy. We just wiped out the factory edge, so we're putting a new one on it and going again. I hope you're doing good today, man. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, one thing that I am looking for, John Soriano, I have no idea how it works with recurves. I haven't tried to sharpen those on a rigid block. If I've got recurves, I've got a little belt grinder that I can slack belt on it and get that whole recurve done nice. At some point, I may need to try to practice sharpening recurves, but I'll be honest, I don't know about recurves on stones. Bro, what unit of currency we got there? That's awesome, though. I appreciate it. Are we looking at rupees again? So someone give me a hand with that currency type. I'm not being ungrateful, believe me. I'm just curious. Wait a minute. You're not the tomato guy, are you? You're not the tomato guy, are you? Oh, no. Listen, I am not ungrateful. However, we did have a guy that would drop by and drop 40 rupees at a time and demand that I cut tomatoes. And like, I applaud the ingenuity. I applaud the ingenuity because you set that to rupees and someone looks too fast and doesn't catch it right away, they're going to freak out because they think it's $40 and then go back and look later. I got by that the first time. All right, so we're through with the first half of sharpening. As I said, that took a hair more than 20 minutes. Like, that was half the time we'd normally spend on something like this. Bro, it'll accept whatever currency you want to set it to. Like, it's not up to me. It's what YouTube, whatever you decide to give YouTube to give me, basically. Yeah, the 40 rupees is like 47, 48 cents. I say it's no great shakes. You know, it's not like a world-ending amount, but I'm always grateful. But for those of you guys that were wondering, yes, we do also have the Elite. This is what we were using for the longest time until the Professional came in. The day before yesterday. Oh. Oh yeah, the Jimmy Crow knife. I swear to God, if I don't quit stepping on that, I'm gonna destroy it. I've got to clean up my wiring situation over here so bad. Oh, the Ganzo? Yeah, you're gonna like that. Yeah, that's why I only use that Kin Onion on cheap knives or stuff that's gonna see hard use. It's for that reason exactly. All right, now the joy of stropping this. Wouldn't the price in pesos have like much larger numbers? Yes, this is the one that came in the pack of 7. So for those of y'all that haven't seen this or haven't seen the video on it, this knife came in a pack of 7 knives that I got for 25 bucks. I bought that whole pack just for this one knife. Yako, what's going on? Yeah, like I'd rather list a truck in dollars and have the number lower. Gotcha. Again, I wouldn't recommend buying a $25 set just to get this one knife. Absolutely do not recommend doing that. But for me, doing YouTube videos, oh God, like I've got a Lansky, and I'm going to tell you right now, for trying to sharpen something like this, it did not work. Like parts were breaking off the rods before I could get it out of the package, and then when I finally did get it set up, the stones were riding on the clamp and not even touching the edge of the blade. Like I'm still kind of salty about that. So what are we thinking the number on the tester is going to be? I'm thinking I'm getting below 120. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to get below 120 on this. So we got a 115 guess. So we got a 110, a 110, a 120, a 8, a 118. Dan, I would be amazed by 93. I haven't gotten one below 100 yet. You don't win anything for being the closest, but you at least get to feel good about it. I will say the Elite gives a much shinier mirrored edge than the Pro does. Alicia Parr, what's going on? Welcome back. Now I will say the stones on the Professional aren't broken in yet either. So I may have to sharpen a few more knives and really get the stones worked in good before they start giving the best possible edge. I think that was something I saw, working out all the loose stones and some of the loose grit in the stones and stuff like that is part of the process on them. So the diamond plates I don't think are broken in yet. Yeah, now we're starting to get the shiny that I like. So yeah, the stones I think are just breaking in a little bit. Alicia, I don't decorate for the holidays. Like, I'm not a big holiday person. I'm not. I've had too many bad ones dealing with bad family, basically. The wife hates it, but I am just not a festive person. And there's no way in hell I'm putting the decorations up once they're out. Like, I know that about myself, so I don't even waste the time putting them out because I know I'm not going to put them up until sometime around August. No, these are the same lights I've always had. I don't know how many live streams I got in before I put the lights down there. I don't even know if it was the first one. I'd have to go look. But no, the lights have been there. I added a red one a while back just to get some more color in the background. But the lights have been there forever. The Blue Crew, what's going on? Yeah, I was just talking about that. Like, I'm not a big fan of the holidays. I'm not. I used to, but I've had too many bad ones. All right, let's get the extremely fine paper out. No, let's do copy paper first, then we'll go to this. Cali boy, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I don't spend on my family. Me and my family don't get along so good. So, like, the holidays don't hold a lot for me except sitting there at the house doing nothing. And, you know, the wife not being happy. Like, I don't spend time around her family. I don't spend time around mine. You know, I don't have a lot to show for it on the holidays. Okay, so I'd say we're sharp. I would say we're sharp. So I am guessing around 120. We got guesses for 110. Just remember what you guessed. No, sir, Callie. This is the Mossy Oak that was cheaper than the Ozark. Todd Carr, what's up? I don't know if I said hi or not. Javier Valenzuela, what's going on? Welcome, man. How you doing? I got a 117. So whoever guessed 118 was right on the nose pretty much. But favorites Christmas, I don't know. Like I said, I don't wind up doing holidays so much. You know, the wife hates it. She likes holidays, but you know, it's kind of like as distant as I am from my family, and the difficulty that her family has kind of put in being around them. I don't got a whole lot to show for holidays. All right, we're gonna give it a couple minutes, let my hand rest, and we'll go back in on the knife. But yeah, like that was a good one. And y'all that are just getting here, go ahead and fondle the underside of the like button. Let YouTube know you like it. Yeah, so we're getting consistently now a few points better on the professional than we did on the elite. The elite, we'd hit around 122. Oh yeah, this is an old TFV8. Like, they don't sell those anymore. They don't sell coils for them anymore. This is outdated, obsolete technology. But yeah, so like we were pushing around the 120s consistently on the elite. On the professional, we've gotten a couple of below Like we got in 115, 117, 118. Like that's the best edges I've gotten so far off of these things. Yeah, and like I would call up some of my friends and see if they're doing anything. However, with the way work's been and everything else, I haven't talked to a lot of guys in probably the better part of a year now. And I don't feel good about calling someone and going, "Hey man, can we crash your party?" after not talking to them for that damn long. You know, it just I may actually reach out to one of my guys and see if he's doing anything, and maybe we can go up there. I'm not sure. I used to like the fruit case you can buy. Oh yeah, this thing rocks. Although I wish to God it would charge by USB-C. If it would USB-C charge, that would be amazing. As you can tell, this one has been through it. This has seen some carry time. Kat, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. So the Worksharp Professional does come with the strop. The strop is right here, but this thing got me down to around the 150s, which is still a great edge. But my strops polish the edge so much more than this does. Fook, you here? Fook, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome back. So like the strop works fine with it, but it gets it nowhere near as thoroughly polished as I get off of my strops. Like you can see how thoroughly polished that edge is. And it does reflect. It is a mirror. I don't know if if you can see where the reflection is on my finger, but it does reflect. Smash that like button on your way in. Thomas McDonald. Yeah, Thomas, I don't have any. Right now they're a couple bucks off on Amazon, but it's Worksharp. You're never gonna get like a good sale on stuff like that. So my strops, they're loaded up with 5 different microns of diamond paste. So the diamond paste will go from 28 micron down to 14 micron on the first one. The second one will be 10 micron down to 5 micron. And that last one is going to be 2.5 micron. And then I'm out of strop. I'd like to have one more side so I can get down to 1 micron, but I don't have that. But that 1.5 micron would be nice. You run it through. There's one word that's wrong. Straff G. Not sure what that is. You mean straight? Yeah, I mean, you should. Kimber, what's going on? You should draw a ninja eating a pie. That's what you should draw. That's what I recommend. You want about 5 minutes here? A leather strop. So your leather strop, one, you want rough enough grit to actually cut and polish with. That's why I started on the 28 micron. However, you can use the gray buffing compound that comes in a stick on one side, and then like the green, something finer on the other side. And you hold the same angle you sharpened at and draw. But you want to be at the same angle. If you hold it at too steep of an angle, you start destroying your edge, dragging it back. So you probably need to lay it back flatter than you do you're probably holding it at too high of an angle when you pull it back. It's probably where you're going wrong. Cali Boy, I'm not sure. I haven't used the $10 Ozark Trail multi-tool. So I couldn't tell you. If it's got all the tools you want, should do fine. But you know, if my multi-tools don't come with a pouch, I'm not as attached to them. Yeah, we'll do you a free one. Normally the figures are a treat for a super chat. We haven't had one in a minute, but yeah, you can draw this ninja eating a pie. Gotcha. I mean, if it's got what you want and it works, I guess it's good. Bye, Clever. What's up? After I had most of my teeth removed, I can't do the rings anymore. I can't do the rings anymore. I used to be able to. Oh, nice. Yeah, you'd have to experiment with it. Oh wow, 13? Shit. But your leather part, does your leather part have any compound on it? Because it's like you probably have to experiment with it a little bit. Um, like experiment a little bit with your angles and how you're stropping, because obviously something's not going right. You know, without having my hands on it and being there with you to show you how I do it and playing with it myself, I don't have a lot to offer. Yeah, just try laying it down a bit flatter, and try to match that angle. And you may not be stropping it enough. You know, try more pressure so you can bite down a bit deeper with it. Try less pressure if you're pushing down like really hard. Like there's a lot of variables you can change. There's a lot of variables you can change. Just change one variable at a time. Don't change like 3 things at once. Just do one thing different at a time and see which one works. Yeah, this is our ninja right here. We love this ninja. Huh. That is neat that yeah, Bike Lover, this thing is a $3.57 burner from Mossy Oak. However, I bearing swapped it. It was on nylon washers and I swapped bearings in. And we just sharpened it to crazy sharp. We're about to destroy the edge again, but we sharpened it to crazy sharp. Like we are very, very sharp. We're about to destroy that, but at the moment, we're really sharp. Lilybeth Ellswick, what's going on? How you doing? Oh shit, we got €2. Sweet. Well, I tell you what, Gabriel, you want to pick a different figure out? Because we still have like the Mummy, we got the Frankenstein, we got the Grim Reaper, the robot, the alien, the scuba guy. Well, that's the thing, Bike Lover. That's what we do on these live streams. We're edge retention testing, seeing how long it can hold on to an edge. We annihilated the factory edge and then started over again with a brand new one. Wow, that's wild. Hey, cool, man. That sounds like a cool gift set. How much was the gift set? I'm curious. All right. So Gabriel picked the Reaper. Here's the good one. All right, so let's start cutting again. Oh God, I love those new edges. They feel so good to cut with. Right? Like it's a while back when I was super broke. I would have killed somebody to be able to buy stuff like this for $5. Bike Lover, I'm not going to be much help there. Like one of the rules of sending me stuff, like I don't have anybody send me stuff right now as it is. All right, Fook, we'll see you in a bit. But if anyone does send me anything, don't ever expect to see it again. I do not want to be responsible for sending it back. But yeah, like if you have other questions about sharpening and stuff like that, Outdoors 55, if somebody will post his channel name in the comments, his channel, he teaches you all about sharpening and stropping and everything else. That's where I learned how to freehand sharpen. Like I can do a pretty good job freehand sharpening myself with the materials I have, which aren't great materials, but I can still do a pretty decent job with some trash sharpening blocks, what have you. Yeah, Neves is another option. However, Outdoors 55, it's all about sharpening. Like that's where you go when you want just straight up all sharpening all the time. However, so my strops, I don't have links for those. The big strop a friend of mine made, the second strop I used, the middle size one, came from Temu. The third strop I used, the same friend made that one and gave it to me at Blade Show last year. Yeah, that was really cool when Neves dropped by. But the diamond paste, I also got that off of Temu. Rich, what's up? How you doing, man? So like I don't have links for that. All right, Cali boy, we'll see you later, man. Appreciate you dropping by. Now I will say, before I was doing that with the diamond paste, I was using the gray buffing compound from Harbor Freight, the stick of the gray compound on one side, and I think I had white buffing rouge on the other side, and that worked just fine too. I'm going to be at Blade Show Atlanta. I'm not going to make it to Texas, I promise you that. I ain't got the kind of funding needed to travel that way. Sakuna, what's up? Welcome back. I would love for the channel to get big enough that I could do this as a full-time job and pay my bills and be comfortable, and then I could do stuff like go to Blade Show, Texas. Go out to the one in, was it Salt Lake City, I think? And check them out there too. But right now, distance, and I can get to that every year. And usually I go with a friend or two. So you can kind of S-cut with these. Like you can do those curved cuts. However, that's going to burn up a large piece of cardboard that we need for the rest of the test. Yeah, I mean, a good fixed angle system is a wonderful thing to have. Like, it is so good. Yeah, gas is expensive right now. But, I say, even the Elite, for what it is, and it being a bit slow on the sharpen, it is still fantastic to have. And how long did it take for me to work up the nerve to stream? So the channel was started in February of last year. I think we have been doing these streams now for either 7 months or 8. And even then, it wasn't necessarily working up the suds to do it. It was, you know, trying to figure out better ways to test these knives besides, the subs? Shit. Sorry, I thought you said suds with a D. Yeah, you did. But I'm not sure how many you have to stream. But that first 1,000 took a long fucking time to get. That first 1,000 took over a year. Like, I think the minimum requirement is like 500 or something like that now. I'm not sure. No, it's not. I don't know how many subs you have to have. But I didn't start live streaming for a while after the channel was started. So, I don't know how long it took me to get the number required. But yeah, like, I was doing these tests just sitting here by myself, killing time, and it's like, this got miserable. It was miserable and it was boring. So it's like, you know what? I'm just going to live stream this and see what happens. And it turns out that it worked for a live stream idea. And yeah, I will say YouTube can tell if you bought a bunch of bots. I know guys that have done that before. YouTube knows, and it hurts your channel. Well, a while ago, you could live stream if you had like 10 subs and it was fine. And then YouTube's like, no, you have to have 1,000 subs. And this is right in the middle when I was doing the blacksmithing stuff. And I was streaming so that I could kind of show what I was doing and hang out with my other friends that were into blacksmithing stuff. So like they could kind of help me with problems and all that. And I could show off what I was doing. Kind of all of us were. We had a small community. And then they're like, no, you gotta have 1,000 subs to do a live stream now. And that was kind of it. But yeah, there's because like, and that was the thing. I had some of my friends that bought the subs, and they got back to streaming again. But of course, their channels are defunct now. They don't do anything on those channels, and I don't know if YouTube had something to do with that, basically breaking the channel or what. But I know there are problems with doing that. The mighty algorithm knows when you bought subs, and yeah, train of thought died mid-sentence. Y'all saw that. And of course, we haven't had the sock game start up proper yet. Oh. Yeah, fuel here is cheaper than in a lot of places, but man, like, I have not yet, no sir, have not dropped it on my toes. But fuel here is generally cheaper than a lot of places, especially in Europe. However, we have to drive significantly greater distances than a lot of the population in Europe, which is our big problem. Like, you might have to drive an hour back and forth each way to work. And then if you have any traffic, that'll turn that hour into an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours. That's putting a lot of miles on your car and burning up a lot of damn gas. We have got guys that live an hour and a half away from the store, and they got to drive that far. You know, that's a shitload of gas to be burning up. Just when I was a kid, my uncle got me into knives, and I started buying them again and kind of, you know, just got hooked. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to start a YouTube channel back up. And because I wanted to do stuff for YouTube, and it just kind of grew into this. But like, I've been into knives since I was like a little kid. And it's only recently where I've had enough big boy money to, you know, actually do anything about it. And even then, I'm still on a tight budget. I am still on a real tight budget. I think in Texas, you can drive about 18 hours and still be in Texas. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Texas gets another ice storm. Random Edits, what's up? We're making vegan steak strips for tortillas. You want some? But no, seriously, we're doing edge retention testing on this knife, seeing how long it takes to totally fuck the edge of this thing up. If y'all are just getting in here, do me a personal favor and hit that like button. It's like I do EDC folders. I can't carry a fixed blade at work, which means I can't keep it on me for a week and do a fair review. So it's just EDC folding knives, and then I'm starting to dabble in multi-tools. Multi-tools have worked their way into the channel as well. Austin's got a rough enough. Dan, what's going on? Welcome. How you doing, man? Zach, what's going on? You still here? Still here with us? Yeah, believe it or not, this thing is a very, very, very cheap knife. Very cheap. Yeah, the likes have really helped. You guys that are hitting that like button have been helping basically make this stream a bit bigger and getting new eyes on it. Which is part of why I'm plugging for it. Like, the more likes we get, the more concurrent viewers we get. It's been really nice. Bloodstrike Blitz, what's going on? How you doing, man? Welcome. So this thing is part of a seven knife set that I got for 25 bucks at Walmart, which breaks down to $3.57. And it was on nylon washers, but I put it on bearings. And we put it on a nice expensive sharpener and put a crazy ass edge on it to see how long the new edge will last. We already wrecked the factory edge, so now we're going in on a custom edge. We're doing good, man. We're doing a live stream, hanging out with you guys. We're having a blast here. Doing great. And see, if you can get to Walmart, if you're in America and you can get to Walmart, you can look for the Mossy Oak 7-knife gift set. I do not recommend buying it to get this. If you're going to go to Walmart to buy a cheap knife for $5 if you can find them, the Storm Pooper right here, the black and white axis lock, is a much better choice. Much, much better. Yeah, and I love the state of the Texas power grid, because they're like, we want to be independent from the rest of the country and be our own country. We're taking our grid off of the country's power grid. Okay, cool. And an ice storm later. Guys, we're sorry. We're not coming back, but we're sorry. Legenda, what's going on? Welcome. How are you doing? But yeah, like even after the grid went down because of a small ice storm, as badly as it did, Texas is still not like, okay, maybe we do want to work with the rest of the country. They're like, no, we're still our own country. But you guys that are just coming in, are you guys looking out for anything interesting for Black Friday, especially on Amazon right now? What you guys out there shopping for? Like I said, I finally bit the bullet and got a QSP Penguin. And I've got a Hogue Deca and MagnaCut coming in, a really nice little unit. They're on sale on Blade HQ for $100 right now. Can't really argue with that. So, there are some Mossy Oaks on Amazon. Not this one, but that's in the United States. But Mossy Oak is primarily carried by Walmart. There are some other retailers that will carry them. Danny Smith, what's up? Welcome. How you doing, man? Nice. Hopefully your trip to Walmart is productive. But yeah, I was trying to pick up some more stuff. I also got a Flissa multi-tool, which you guys that are just getting here, oh man, I have cut down some trees after tornadoes. It's fun. I enjoy cutting trees up, but once you have so many down at once, it gets old. But yeah, like I've started doing multi-tools recently, and I checked out a Rocktall that's functionally identical to a Gerber Suspension NXT. And that thing did all right. And I saw the Flissa on sale. I think it's like $20 right now. So I went ahead and ordered that to do a heads-up one-to-one comparison. Yeah, the Flissa is coming up. You guys said you wanted me to look at the Flissa, so we're looking at the Flissa. But I've also got a trusted friend of the channel sending me a Suspension NXT to compare those two as well. So we'll get like some really good feedback on how they all do stacked up against each other. Yeah, so hopefully they got the Storm Pooper for you. If not, check online. Just order a couple online. All right, Bloodstrike, appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for the visit. Do me a favor, smash that like button on your way out. Picking up the likes is helping us out a ton. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, it's really weird, like, you know, talking about fixing infrastructure really harms trying to build like a political platform. Like if you're running for office, talking about spending money on the infrastructure is like just, it doesn't get votes, which is a weird thing. Like I want someone to come in and be like, hey, my first big project is getting the infrastructure here up to date. I want our bridges to be safe again because our bridges aren't that safe anymore. You know, they haven't really been properly maintained or revamped in decades now. Some of those things are really damn old. You know, I want to get our power grid up to date and upgrade that. Like get our cell service upgraded. You know, do stuff like that. It's like, where are those campaigns? Where are guys that are doing that work? But everyone finds out infrastructure costs money. I'm not voting for spending money. At least not on that. You want to spend money on schools? Oh, hell no. Well, there went the chat again. It froze. Give me a second to catch back up. Arthur. Feet, hang on. So, I took this thing apart and I was looking to find some bronze washers to replace the nylon washers. And I thought I had some, but it turned out they were regular knife bearings that were way too thick for this thing. So I went looking around and I grabbed one of my knives that I bought off of Temu for a video series I did. And I thought that might have some bronze on it, some bronze washers. And I took it apart and it just happened to have tiny enough bearings to replace the nylon washers with. I've never seen bearings tiny enough to do that before. It was a pleasant surprise. Like, it's hilarious to me to put that kind of work into a knife this cheap. It really is. And like, I need to pick up some RIT dye. I want to try to dye some scales. I've got the Storm Poopers right there where I can dye those scales. I've never dyed my own scales before, so I'm really curious about getting in there and trying that out. Because I know what I want to see. I want to see the scales start off on dark blue on one end and fade up to the white up towards the top, kind of like the old school badass two-tone paint jobs from like the late 80s to mid 90s. Those fade jobs. Like, I want to see those. But yeah, like if you've got a bunch of knives laying around, don't be scared to take them apart and mess with them. Try stuff out. Like if I hadn't tried to take this apart, because like this thing when it came out of the box, the action was really, really stiff. These pivot screws were tightened down way too hard. So I backed them off a little bit, and you know, I saw the nylon on the washers. So I was like, all right, I know what I want to do here. And bronze washers are a little bit smoother than nylon washers. Like a good set of bronze washers, the knife will run almost like it's on bearings in a lot of cases. So I was like, all right, we'll switch over to bronze. And I happened to find the bearings that fit this while I was just gutting a knife out. It doesn't have any clearance cut for bearings or anything like that. That set of bearings just happened to be just thin enough to get away with fitting them in there. Yeah, like I've looked online and I've done some research. So I know I got to get the synthetic RIT dye. And what's really saddening is I don't see fluorescent synthetic RIT dye, like super bright blacklight reactive colors, because that's what I like ultimately. Is like a fluorescent orange, super, super bright safety vest orange that'll react under a black light and do the fade with that. That's what I want, but I don't see those colors. You know, it's all much more mundane stuff. I know Spyderco has got to have some stuff on ball bearings. The one Spyderco I have is not on bearings, but somebody in the chat that knows more about Spyderco can tell you more than I can. Joseph, I know you weren't here last night, or I'm pretty sure you weren't, but I have 16 weeks worth of knives to still go through after I finish this one. However, I am curious as to what you recommend trying. I promise you I'm probably not going to get to it, but now I'm curious. You know, like nylon washers are to make a knife a lot. Todd Carr, what's up? Welcome back. But like nylon washers are to keep the knife cheap. Bronze washers, stuff like that, are designed for knives that are going to be in a dirtier environment. If you're getting in an environment with a lot of dirt and grime and stuff getting packed in there, washers are your friend. But bearings are for lighter use knives that are going to stay a bit cleaner. They're just going to work better. And, you know, bearings, when they get packed full of dirt, they kind of stop working and you got to take it apart and clean it. Or do whatever else. I don't have any Kershaws that I like that much. I haven't felt like spending money on the leak. And the Kershaws that I do have, like, let's look the Kershaw hot wire up real quick. Damn it. Yeah, the hot wires in 3CR13 steel. That's the thing with Bloodstrike. I'm not sure. Welcome back though. But like the Kershaw hardwire or hot wire, 3CR13. Let's see what that costs. Yeah, $15 for 3CR. Like, come on, man. I got 3CR here for $3. Like, that's the thing with Kershaw. They use the worst steel on their shit. They use the worst steel on their shit. It is so bad. That's a wise choice, Bloodstrike. That is a wise choice indeed. You know, like the build quality and the fit and finish on Kershaws can be pretty okay, but like they use the worst blade steel possible on their shit. And like the materials they use and all that shit and the way it's built is like 20-year-old technology basically. Like everything that they do is already obsolete in the budget end. I haven't handled one of the nicer, more expensive Kershaws yet. But yeah, Joseph, that's why we do this. Like, we're checking out the steel itself to see how it holds up, but we're also learning. Like, we're learning about what steels can do what steels can hold an edge and stack them up against each other. Like D2, way better steel. All right, on a factory edge, you should expect 3CR to do this for an hour, hour and a half. 8CR13, 2.5 hours, significantly better. On a factory edge, on a hand sharpened edge, those things can go for a lot longer. D2 should go for about 4 hours. Oh, you can flush washers out, no problem. You do not have to disassemble them to clean them. You don't. Trust me on this. But yeah, like shit, we've done 14C28, like we've done a lot of different steels. So you learn a bit about the grind, you learn about the heat treatment, you learn about the ergonomics. Like, the ergonomics on this aren't the best. I am already torn up from last night. Like, that right there has taken a beat down over the last 2 nights. It hurts so much. You know, but we learn about these things. But no, if you got washers and they're gunked up, what you can do is drop some pivot lube in there and just flick it open and closed, open and closed, open and closed, and work on it, and then clean up the gunk that comes out with a Q-tip. And then when you're getting pretty much clear oil back out of it, you're clean. Yeah, I'm not sure how much acetone would do against actual dirt and grime built up. But stuff that's like greasy bait, like greasy stuff, oily stuff, yeah, that'll break it loose. But yeah, like, I've had knives that you can't disassemble that were absolutely caked with shit and nearly impossible to open one-handed. And that's what I did. Let's see. This one right here. Yeah, bearings you don't got to take apart either. The 14C28N we did was pretty good. I don't remember exactly what it did. It's been a while. But 14C28N is good steel. But this thing, you can't disassemble it. It's riveted together instead of screwed together, and it's on washers. I think it's definitely not bearings, but I've had this thing for years, and it was packed with years, and I mean years, of dirt and grit and grime. So I dropped some oil in here, and I just sat there, open, close, open, close, open, close, like this for a long time. Cleaned out the gunk with a Q-tip, put more oil in, sat there doing this, cleaned it out, and I got pretty much all the grit worked out, and now it opens one-handed, and the pivot was tight, so I got a blade in here sideways, blade in here lengthwise, and just kind of wiggled it side to side to work it loose, and now it opens one-handed again. But yeah, like, unfortunately, it can't flick. The detent's a little bit too strong for that, but again, I got that knife in like 1998, 1999, somewhere in that window. So you're talking about really old technology. When I'm doing outdoor stuff and harder use stuff like that, I like a serrated edge. But with my current environment and just, you know, cutting up cardboard, tape, stuff like that, I'd rather have a plain edge. But again, like I said, I got that knife back way back when, like over 30 years ago. So like, that is very old technology, and that thing saw a ton of outdoor use. Those serrations came in real handy when I was working outdoors. Like, I've been outdoors trying to cut rope and stuff up with plain edges. with a little bit too much polish on them, and they wouldn't cut it worth a shit. Like, I had to go back to serrated edges for, you know, outdoor stuff and heavier use. Yeah, you guys that are in here, fondle the like button, help us out. Let's get some more people in here. Let's see if we can break 100 likes. We haven't done that in a while. We haven't done over 100 likes in a good little while now. I'll try to think of something to do for 100 likes. I'm not sure. I don't have stuff to give away, sadly. Now that being said, you know, you guys haven't been here long. The channel support that y'all are giving goes back into the channel, and part of that is stuff to give away to you guys. So at the end of next month, with the super chats, the channel memberships, the ad revenue, and all that, a chunk of that's getting broken off. We're halfway there, but a chunk of that is getting broken off to buy something cool to give away to you guys. Right now, I'm thinking the end of next month, we get a Kaiser drop bear for you guys with the purple Lexan scales on them, or the purple acrylic see-throughs, because that thing looks absolutely badass. Like, that thing looks nasty as hell. Like, I already like my drop bear quite a bit. Yeah, and like, if you're carrying a multi-tool, those pretty much always have a serrated edge. They're great for that. But lost track of what I was saying. Totally lost track of it. It's still going pretty good, but it's only been, shit, about 40 minutes on this edge. With the new edge on here that we put on it, we should be seeing about an hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours, somewhere in that window, which is good for 3CR13, but 3CR13 is bottom of the fucking barrel steel. Like, we've gotten past the 2 hour mark on the stream, which means we are late for our emotional support caffeine segment. So I'm just waiting until we get to the 1 hour mark on this, and then I can break into the emotional support caffeine. Jamie, welcome. How you doing? We don't cut it all day. However, these are 7 hour long live streams, and it's pretty much entirely cutting up cardboard. We're seeing how long the edge of this knife can hold up to cutting up cardboard. We do edge retention testing as part of the review process of knives that I show on this channel. I don't know about an orange handle mossy oak. Are you talking about the orange handle Ozark Trail here? Because these are two different companies. Ozark Trail is Walmart's brand. This right here is D2. If this is the one you're talking about, is D2. Walmart or Ozark Trail and Mossy Oak are two different groups. Ardenti Pars, what's up? I don't have any Bella songs. Haven't really found them all that appealing, and they're not useful for me day to day. Day to day, they are not useful for me. And like, I don't have the time, energy, or patience to really learn a lot of tricks. Joseph, you're good. You're good. It's easy to cross those two up because, you know, Mossy Oak is just almost entirely a Walmart brand. Reload 1995. That really depends on who you're buying it for and what you're gonna do with it. Karambits, I don't have any of those either. Like they don't do a lot for me. I've had karambits in the past, but they just I work with the knives. Like I carry them to work. I use them for work stuff. So I mean that's kind of where karambits don't really do much useful for me. But honestly, if you can find it, a good first folding knife. I was just holding this. Is this Ozark Trail. If you can find them, the orange Ozark Trail, it's in good steel. It works good. It's $10. Like, there's not much that can go wrong with this as long as you get one that doesn't have any quality control issues. This is a great place to start as a first folding knife. It's like the... But yeah, like there's so many good places to turn. Like Civivi, you've got the aluminum, you got the Praxis, you got stuff like that. Let's see. See, there's the Civivis, you got CJRB, you got the Pyrite Light, you got like tons and tons and tons of options in like the $25, $30 range. So the edge retention on that Ozark Trail was insane. All right, that's a D2. Normal D2 can do what we're doing to it for about 4 hours. Yeah, Ganzo's another good one. The Firebirds, those are always a good choice. But normal D2 can do what we're doing here for about 4 hours before it craps out. That Ozark Trail, for some reason, on a factory edge, took 7 hours to crap out. And we still don't know exactly why. And it wasn't just the one that we tested, because I have tested 3 of them with that. All right, I put a 17-degree custom edge on one and went in on it, and that thing went for 8 solid hours. 8 hours before the edge wore out. The Boker Desert Warrior is cool. I love that thing. I don't carry it just because it's painted, and that paint flakes off when an ant farts on it. You know, like, while I'm happy that they're easier to buy now, like, I had to wait so long to catch one of the drops when they were still an exclusive drop. They'd drop and they'd be sold out in about 30 minutes. If you missed it, you missed it. Yeah, I think Chuck Norris pissed in their quench tank. And I'm sure Civivi has their designers, but I don't know who they are. So what was he saying for price range? Yeah, at around 175 right now, actually. Right now. You can go to Blade HQ and the Hogue Deca and Magna Cut is $104. That's where I'd go with that money. You're getting fantastic steel on a fantastic knife. That's probably like the best bang for your buck you can get right this minute. Like, I just ordered mine. It's going to get here soon. But those things have such a good reputation, and it's Magna Cut, and it's $100, and it's an Axis lock from a well-known company, and those things have had virtually no complaints. Carbon Honey. I have no idea what that is, so apparently I haven't used it. Well, Fook, welcome back, I think. Like, what the hell is Carbon Honey? I've got no idea. Oh, no. So, Pivot Lube, I either use Hops number 9 gun oil, or there's a company called Jin, J-I-N. They make knife kits that you build yourself. They come with these bottles right here. And I've got this bottle here, and I scented it. So my lubricant smells like root beer right now. This knife, it still smells faintly of root beer, but I haven't re-upped on it in a little while. So those are the ones I use. None of them are expensive. None of them are terribly fancy. But one of them smells like root beer, and the other one is just a good solid working pivot lube. But like that D2 Ozark Trail, I even sharpened that down to 15 degrees per side. All right, took it to way too fine of an angle for it to really hold up to a lot of abuse. That's not where D2 likes to be. And it still took over 4 hours to wear that edge out. Like over 4 hours on 15 degrees, what normal D2 will do on a factory like 19, 20 degree edge. Like, it's nuts. Got 13 more minutes, and then I can let my hand rest and intake caffeine. 13 more minutes. Let's try to get a few more likes in here. We're up to 57. Let's push for 100. Let's push for 100. My favorite go-to EDC right now. Oh, I don't know. Like, I carry a different EDC every week. I carry a different blade every week because I buy it, I do my unboxing video, I do my first impression video, I'll do the preview carry for the week, I'll come back and do my review after a week, and then set it aside for Cardboard Slayer, and then I'm on to my next one. What is the Delta? What's going on? So, like, the ones that I want to be reaching for right now will probably be like my Bug Out or my Monocala Assault Team 1. Let's see, what else? I like my Olatan's, my little Olatan's titanium knife. That thing is great. Small knife, but it does wonderful things. Narpy Plays, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, the Olatan's T025 that they don't sell anymore on Amazon. I'd love to be able to get more carry time on my Devo Growler V2. I love that thing, even though it's just a prototype. You know, a lot of stuff like that. My Civivi Bull Mastiff, I'd love to be carrying that again for a while. But it is just, it's a different knife every week. And this upcoming next week is going to be another Ozark Trail $5 special. We're keeping it cheap for a while. I've got that one. I've got an Ozark Trail gift set to break apart. Then I've got the new Civivi Zizzle to check out after that. Of course, I'm getting my Hogue Deca in there, which the Hogue Deca may interrupt our budget week. Or our budget month. I don't know yet. I'll have to decide. Yeah, if you're doing hard outdoor use, those cold steels that Todd's mentioning, very, very good choice for hard use. I got the Deca, Me With Knives. The Rat 1.5, I only saw it on one website, and I don't know whether I can trust that website. And I was like, you know what? I want the Deca. I want the Axis lock. I want that instead. So we ordered the Deca. Oh shit! We had 58 viewers and 58 likes. We were balanced for just a second there. But yeah, that Deca's been on my list for a hot minute too. Like, I've had the Deca on my list since way before I even started the YouTube channel up. I wanted to get a Hogue Deca, my Benchmade bug out, and a zero tolerance ZTO 350. So I've got the Deca and I've got the bug out. Eventually, I'll get the zero tolerance and play around with that thing. I forget who it was, but one of our guys, started working at Kershaw and said he was gonna track down a ZTO 350 for me at a good price, but I don't know if he's been in here in a while. I wish I could remember who that was. Brando, thank you, sir. Yeah, we're trying to bump the like count up as hard as we can because it seems to be really doing a lot of favors for our concurrence. So I'm trying to experiment. I'm trying to experiment with things that help the algorithm and keep the live streams larger. Because we had that one where it hit 78,000 views, which was nuts. I'd love to see another one of those, so I'm trying to figure out what variables to change. Yeah, I mean, reload, I will say right now, I wouldn't have nearly this many, and I might be rotating a lot slower, but I'm doing a YouTube channel. I have to have content I have to generate content. I got to be doing reviews. I got to be looking at stuff, showing stuff off. We're on a new edge. The factory edge took 47 minutes. Yeah, 47 minutes to get wiped out. We started at 189 and ended at 613. So we're on a new edge. We are 52 minutes in, which means in 8 minutes I can rest my hand and get into my emotional support caffeine. Waiting on that. Now, conspiracy theorists are only entertaining on YouTube. Like, you run into a guy like that in real life, and it's just like your religious guys that just got started, and they really take to the you need to convert as many people as you can to save their souls bit, so they fuck your entire lunch hour at work and won't leave you alone when you're like, dude, I'm not interested. But your soul, I don't care. I'm not a religious man. I have my reasons. But your soul, it's like, bro, really? So, Reload 1995. If you stick around for a while, you'll see my setup. But I am on a fixed angle sharpener for most of my stuff. But I'll use diamond plates. Diamond plates are a lot better than stones, especially if you're not an expert at handling stones and dealing with them day out and day in and day out. Diamond plates are way better to go with. I've got a $7 block of the world's cheapest diamond plates I got from Harbor Freight for like $7 years ago that I can sharpen the hell out of something with. But yeah, like, I don't mind assisted openers, but I have kind of been getting tired of them lately, especially like having knives on bearings and knives that do this right here and centrifugal open. It's like, nope, I like my axis locks and I like them being on bearings. No worries, Punisher. Welcome back, brother. So, Outdoors 55, and he's got one that he recommends. It's like a 400 grit to the 1,000 grit stone. I'm going to look it up on Amazon real quick to tell you what it is. Punisher probably already knows and can put it in chat. But it's like $21 for that stone. You can't go wrong with it. Like, that's the best value you can get. Because it's on my wish list. I haven't bought it yet. Too many other things that come up. But I've got the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional that we just got. And I'm using that right now. That thing, oh boy, I'm not saying I'm touching myself later, but I'm touching myself later. But let's see. Give me a second here. I'm going to go into my wish list. Give me a second. I'm scrolling. This thing is buried deep in my wish list. All right, Eagle Scout. I appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, so go to Amazon real quick. Look up S space SATC Diamond Sharpening Stone, 2-side grit, 400, 1000. It's $21.99, 5% off right now. That's the one that Outdoors 55 highly recommends, and I see no reason to disagree with him. That's where I would start. A good cheap stone that is known for having good grit size consistency, no grit contamination, and is made very well. And if you watch his videos, he shows you how to get them screaming sharp off of that stone. And if you watch Outdoors 55 and do a shot, every time he says the words hair whittling, you will die. What did I miss from Micropins? Or from Micropenis? What did I miss him typing? I saw it pop up and then disappear. Hey, the Amazon link worked. Look at that. So yeah, reload. Check that one out. That's what I would get. If you're not going to spend $120 to $250 on a fixed angle system, that's where I'd go. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I know I saw something pop up. I was like, wait, what? I missed something. Yeah, I mean, at least that was kind of funny instead of coming in here with something racist or something like that. I mean, that's better. Yeah, dude. But yeah, you want diamond plates, all right? You don't have the maintenance requirements of whetstones or anything like that. You can just go and occasionally clean the surface of the plate off with an eraser or something like that to get any ground up steel out of your grit, and you're good. Yeah, I didn't say it was great. It's just better than 11-year-olds coming in spewing some racist shit trying to speedrun getting banned. Yeah, Punisher dropped it in chat, but it took a while for him to get there. If you scroll up a little bit, it's there. Oh, Fook did it. All right. Sorry, Punisher. I'm used to you being the guy that does that. I'm used to you being the guy. No, Fook, you deserve your credit. Okay, so we're at an hour on this now. This part of my hand, annihilated. And I can't tell how much of it's this and how much of it was last night. If you're cleaning diamond plate, don't use water. Like if you're using diamond plates, don't do water. That will start rusting out your steel, which a little bit of rust will build up. I know it's not the end of the world, but like you're better off with like Windex or something like that, where it's like alcohol based or something that evaporates. But water's not really going to do that much damage to diamond plate. The more I talk my way through that, the more I remembered the advice I saw. See, this is what I get for going off of secondhand knowledge, is sometimes I'll do that. Like, I'll spout some shit off that I think I know for a fact because the knowledge is all secondhand. And it's like, no, wait, I am wrong. Because the guy that passed that knowledge along is wrong. Jakaya, welcome back. How you doing? So, let's get our guesses in. I am guessing this is gonna hit 330, around 330 on the scale when I check this edge. It's still cutting okay, but I think we're gonna get right about 330. That being said, yeah, we got a 420. So yeah, I'm gonna say 330, but that's probably on the low side. That's probably gonna be on the low side. Give me a second here. We'll let some people get their guesses in. Like after cutting that paper, I think it's gonna be closer to 400, like the 380s. But I said 330 to start, but I'm thinking closer to 380 now. I think Joseph's head is in the right place. If y'all are just getting in here, do me a favor and smash the like button. Trying to get the likes up over 100. We haven't seen that in a while. $324. Son of a diddly. All right, so yeah, well, we need to check a couple more small spots to see if we just got one of the cleaner areas. No, I have not checked out Ranch Knives, Knives Ranch. Dude, like I said, you were here last night. You saw how much stuff I have got to carry. Like you see how much stuff I've got to go through. Like I'm not too worried about checking out new stuff right now. 327. Let's do one more a little farther back. $390. That's where the number I was looking for was. Right there. Yeah, so just going off of the you don't have to. You don't have to do that. It's there to kind of help line things up a little bit better, but you don't have to. Like I haven't seen a difference doing it with or without. But it's also a lot harder to move the edge around to find the bad spot with this thing. This thing limits where you can test. Like you can't test up close to the tip. It's really hard to get in here on the heel. Like it limits your options. So the 390 is where I expected this to be after all right, Fook, we'll see you in a bit. 390 is where I expected this to end up. Like I'm starting to get kind of good at this and seeing what the snag on the paper looks like. Like we're nowhere close to being devastated. We should have another 45 minutes to an hour with this thing. However, I'm going to take a minute and enjoy my caffeine and stretch. Why aren't people playing the sock game? Wilderness, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? Yeah, I was keeping an eye out for a text, dude. We're pretty sure it's 3CR13 again. But it's not NOS today. Jakaya, you can't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing is, you're two different people might get two different numbers, but nah, you're good, dude. Um, if you're using consistent pressure, if you're using consistent pressure with good tension on the wire, you're going to get reliable numbers. You get some consistency. So even if, say, you were to test that, yeah, no, fuck that, Jakaya. Again, you're not my real dad. You don't get to tell me shit. But if you're doing the same kind of consistent pressure and being consistent with how you use it, you'll see consistent numbers. I could fudge that. I could fudge that pushing it through real fast, or getting the other spool out and over tensioning it. But, I'm using very consistent pressure, and it's very consistent from test to test to test to test. That's just like with the cardboard. Like, my cutting speed is consistent. The amount I'm cutting is consistent over the same length of time. So we've got a reliable, repeatable metric. It's not the same as what everyone else uses, but it's repeatable, it's reliable, and it's consistent. So if I get, say, a 3CR knife that goes for, your hour and 45 minutes on a good edge, or it goes for about an hour on the factory edge, and I get that off of 3 or 4 different 3CR knives that get the same hour on their factory edges, I know that it's a pretty consistent, repeatable deal. If I get D2 that goes for 4 hours on the factory edge, more or less, consistently over the course of a number of different tests, I'm getting consistent results. There's consistency and repeatability. So that's kind of what we're looking for. Like, I am, it's not like I'm going out of my way to cheat this, but when you do cut stuff like this, the edge wears in different parts at different rates. So, like, back here, it's taking the biggest beat down on this one, and that's what we're looking for, is where the worst damage is. No, it's like the only real ways to cheat this thing really is to just push it super fast through there and pop that wire and make a lower number happen. Like, you can't really cheat it to make a higher number happen on it. Like, there's not a good way to do that. Like I said, a lot of it is in how consistent you are with how you're applying pressure and how you're doing the cut. It's a pretty reliable metric. It's not gonna, what it's showing is the amount of degradation. That's what it's showing. That's all we're really getting out of this, is the amount of degradation in the edge. Okay, Jakaya, it was funny for a second, but now it's becoming annoying. Wait. Hey, Woodinator, you take a minute, take all the time you need. Nothing happening here is that damn important. Unless you need to ask something about mental health here, and then ask. I'm not sure which direction you're going with it. I'm sorry. Yeah, like, the least consistent version of this thing. Hey, Woodinator, my mother had not spoken to me for the better part of 8 years before she died. I gave her my number about 8 years before she died, so I think I understand some frustration. But this thing, you have to load the spool manually. And it's not too hard to get good tension on it. But yeah, like, believe me, I think we all have frustrating parents. What you got going on? Gotcha. Well, I mean, to be fair, you don't have to be in contact with her unless you want to. I will say that. But you know, this thing, you can over tighten the hell out of the string and cause it to snap with minimal pressure. And guys, Brando, I'm not getting to ranch knives anytime soon. But like, you can cheat this thing. You can over tighten the hell out of it, or like make the tension on it real slack and play with the numbers there. But it's not too hard to get good tension on it that gives you consistent numbers. And like, you know, with this, you're trying to quantify something that's really hard to quantify. Like, it's really hard to quantify something like that. This is just the best tools we have to, yeah. That's why I bought more of the clips. They're easier to deal with and a bit more reliable. Yeah, I've had chat freeze and had to scroll up and scroll back down a couple of times. Like I said, my plate's pretty full, and I've got so much other stuff to look at and so much other stuff coming in. Gotcha. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do about that. Like, you know, and it's a saying and that you learn in recovery is you can't control people, places, or things. You can only control how you react to them. You know, there's only so much you can do to convince her to do her exercise, and beyond that, it's out of your hands. It's frustrating as hell, but there's like, you're powerless with that, unfortunately. Like, it sucks. It's very unfortunate. But there's not a lot you can do from where you're sitting to force her into exercising. And then if you force her into it, she's not doing it because she wants to. And the second you stop looking, it's out the window again. Basically, she has to want to start exercising herself, or you ain't going to get shit. Which is unfortunate. You know, I've got people around me that need to pull their head out of their ass and deal with some shit before I'll start dealing with them again. And I can't force them to do it. So it's just like, I got to wait it out, and they may never want to. Yeah, it's like my own mom. I gave her my phone number about 8 years before she died. Not only was I not worth her making a phone call to me to sit down and talk, but she told everybody around her that she was calling me all the time, and I was just shutting her down and being an asshole about it. Yeah, I mean, Brando, the easiest thing to do is just watch what I'm doing and see if something that you like pops up in the mix. Yo, Trappist coming in with the zinger. All right, we'll give it about 6 minutes and we're going back in. Well, I mean, the forgive and forget deal is kind of wired backwards for me. Like, I forgive, but I don't forget. All right. So, and the only reason I forgive people, there is not a fucking thing altruistic about it. I will not forgive you for your fucking benefit. It is purely for my benefit, so I don't have to carry the weight of that resentment and anger around with me anymore. That is it. If you benefit from it, if you benefit from me forgiving you, great. If I never tell you I forgave you and never speak to you again, that's fine. I just don't want to be angry and carrying that shit around anymore. Oh yeah. No, the more you care about someone, like it gets real hard to let go. Like, my mom, I had to cut her out of my life a long time ago because she was demanding that I treat my kids as fucked up as she treated me to appease her fucking bullshit childish ass issues, and I wouldn't do it. And she started getting real pushy and demanding and started being a fucking asshole to me about it. And I was like, look, you're gonna grow up or you're gone. I'm not treating my kids like that because you can't be an adult. Grow up or get gone. And they came out of left field with even more crazy bullshit than I could have guessed in response. I was like, all right, fuck it, you're gone. You are not doing to my kids what you did to me. And it was crazy because, like, instead of saying, okay, I'll relax a little bit, or even saying, I'm not doing that, her and her second husband, they came at me with a conspiracy theory that I was trying to get her and my dad back together by saying that my dad was at my child's christening, that my dad was at another life event, and then that my dad was at my house or at my apartment dropping my kid off after visiting so that she could see my mom while she was in the area. Specifically, he was doing that so my kid could see my mom and then leaving. And they made up another event that didn't happen to whip up a conspiracy theory that I was trying to get my mom and dad back together again. That's how they responded to me saying that. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? At that point, I was just like, nah, you're gone. Like, you're fucking gone. Yeah, no, like, it was nuts. And like, that's been like my whole life dealing with her. Like, that was my whole life dealing with her. So like, when I cut her off, I'm just like, fuck it. Like, if you can't grow up, be gone. Like, yeah, no, it's just that whole shit was crazy. That whole shit was crazy. Oh yeah. Hey Woodinator, trust me, I am big on talking about mental health stuff. I deal with my own shit. Tobias, what's going on? Welcome. How are you doing? But hey, Woodinator, we've got the $3.57 mossy oak that I bearing swapped. But no, it's like it's all good. Reload, like I said, that was my entire life. Like, I'm still dealing with the mess from that. But like, I am big on talking about mental health. All right, as especially as men, there is like this shame and stigma about talking about the fact that you're struggling with something that we need to get rid of. And as someone that has been dealing with this shit, I feel a responsibility to make sure that I have created a safe space to talk about that shit. Like, that's one of the things like that keeps the regulars here, is they know if they have something like that, this is a safe fucking place to talk about it. All right, if someone's being an asshole about stuff like that, they get the fucking ban hammer. No second chances. This is a safe place. But yeah, so I'm doing the live stream on this phone, and I can see the chat on the phone that's doing the video, but I also have my old phone right over here on Wi-Fi, and I'm reading the chat on that. Yeah, so it's one of those things. Like, I've needed safe spaces before that I never had. I have needed safe spaces before that I never had, where I should have had safe spaces. And it's like, I'm not going to deprive someone of that. It's like, this is my stream. This is my stream first and foremost. And ultimately, I am responsible for the environment that's created here. And at some point, we're going to hit a point where the chat's going by so fast I can't keep up with it anymore, and some of that safe space will be gone. But while I can still have that safe space here, while we can still have it the way it is now, we are going to utilize it Tobias, my day was good, man. You know, I basically ripped out a few videos and uploaded them, and we're doing this live stream now, and the live streams are always a great time. So we're having a great time right now. You know what I mean? The thing with that too is, like, you know, I dealt with someone, my mom, when she remarried, she married someone that not only beat the living fucking hell out of her kids, out of me and my brother nonstop, and we had you know, DFACS, which you would know as Child Protective Services now, show up at the house more than once. But, you know, she'd come home from work and she'd be like, or he'd be like, your kids weren't listening today. Beat their ass, and hand her a belt. And she's like, okay, sure. It's like, motherfucker, you try that with my kids, you're never fucking walking again. I promise you. Like, I don't know what made her think that was okay. You might be able to. I know a lot of other guys do stream on cameras. However, if you can look at the phone you're recording on and look at your video footage while you're doing the live stream, if you can look at your video on the phone, you can see your comments on there. Like, I can see my comments on this phone right here that's pointed at my table. However, the second phone, I have it in an easy to read location. I mean, even if you got it in selfie mode, as long as you can see your screen, you can read comments. Tobias, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. I'm sorry. But welcome back, Sakuna. What knives do I have around? At the moment, I've got like a giant ass box. If you're willing to hang out for a little while until we get done destroying the edge on this thing and sharpening it back up, I can show you what I have in the box. Because I've got stuff from past live streams over here on my side. I've got a box full of stuff for future live streams. I got a bunch of stuff sitting here, but you know, right now we're doing the George, welcome back. But yeah, like right now what we're doing with the stream is we're doing edge retention testing. We're seeing how long the knife can do this before the edge fails. And then when we get done with this, we can definitely take a look at what I got laying over here. Yeah, best business advice I got is buy shit coins and pray. Oh yeah, and apparently NFTs. You can invest in NFTs right now. Oh, George, I'm doing lives every week. I do lives right now. It's every Saturday. I just got an extra one in last night because I wanted to check out that storm pooper and see how the factory edge did when the factory edge wasn't damaged. But y'all hit that like button. Let's try to get that viewer count back up. I think we're down to 33 now. We were doing good for a minute there, guys. The storm pooper did good. The ergonomics kind of sucked after a while. It got real painful there. But on the 19-degree edge, it did let's see. 19-degree edge, it did it did 2 hours and 20 minutes on the 19-degree edge. So it didn't do as good as 18 degrees, but it did pretty good. You know, it did 3 CR things. I will tell you what, once this edge does fail again and we sharpen it, I'm going to be glad to be off of knives for a little bit. My hand hurts so bad from last night. Like, my hand hurts so much from last night, and this thing is not doing me any favors. Like, the ergonomics are okay enough, but, oh, man. Like I said, it is going to take me a good 4 or 5 months just to finish the ones I have right now if I don't buy anything else. Yeah, and I mean, your live stream setup also really depends on... Greg, what's going on? How you doing, man? Welcome. Your live stream setup really depends on what you're trying to stream. You know, like, I can do this live stream. I've got 1 ring light and 2 phones. A $33 ring light from Amazon and 2 Metro PCS phones. And that's all I'm using for this stream. Yeah, I will pause it, especially for like a stocking stuffer or something like that. God almighty, those things are good. You know, I'm kind of bummed that I'm not going to be carrying it again for a while, but it was definitely a good week, and I've had a lot of fun with them. You know, I'm also kind of sad that I'm not going to get to carry this anymore because, like, I successfully put bearings in this thing. It's not supposed to be on bearings, but I made it happen. Oh, yeah, I sure ain't dropping 70 bucks on a knife right now. God almighty. Yeah, I ain't got 70 bucks to drop on shit. That's just off of dropping the cash on the QSP Penguin that was on sale for like 25 bucks, the Hogue Deca, and the new pair of work shoes. Like, I have burnt way too much. Yeah, I mean, the Orange Ozark Trail, God almighty, that thing is also way better than it has any right to be. I said, I will never not be grateful for that thing because that thing has helped this channel so damn much. I said, what I do know about the Deca, and if you're going to order one now. Blade HQ has them for $104. That's the cheapest you're ever going to see it. But I do know they have a stellar reputation. And I do know MagnaCut's a good steel. And, like, that's probably the best bang for your buck you're going to get. Hey, Woodinator, I'm right there with you. Dealing with the heavy debt load. And my paycheck My paycheck from work isn't enough to pay all of my bills. That's not hyperbole. That's not exaggeration. I can't actually pay all of my bills on my paycheck. Like we are just getting farther and farther underwater as we go. You know, that's part of why I'm fighting so hard to get this channel built up, is so that maybe we can bring in enough money just off of this, you know. And again, ad revenue, super chats, channel memberships. I got to be doing more stuff for channel members. I know I do. But, you know, doing all that stuff so that the channel can bring in enough money to help keep the lights on at the house, as well as do cool shit. God, could you imagine like what I could do with like a lotto win on the channel? It's like, yeah, we're doing Cardboard Slayer on a Rockstead, and then I'm going to try to sharpen it myself with a work sharp. Brother, I am a team lead at a grocery store. I am trying to break up into management, and it hasn't happened yet, which is a bummer. Like, promotions just happened, and like 2 spots got taken. I was hoping I had a good shot at one of them, but I know the guy that they brought into my store does not have that much experience in dry grocery, but he does have experience as a manager in another department. So, you know, I'm disappointed I didn't get it, but I do understand. And at least the guy they brought in, he's cool. He's good people. I like seeing him. I think they could have made a worse choice, a much worse choice, and I'm okay with him being there. You know, but like something's got to give here. I've got to start bringing in more money from somewhere. And right now, like the kind of money that we're talking about coming into the channel every month from you guys and ad revenue and all that is enough to feed it back into the channel, but not do a lot else. Like I wouldn't feel good taking every penny that y'all donated to the channel and not, you know, instead of putting it into the channel and doing stuff for you guys, I just simply took it and threw it at bills. You know, like that wouldn't be fair to you guys. And, you know, like you guys have done a lot for me between the sharpness tester, the Devo Fireball, and the Precision Adjust Professional. You guys have already done a lot. Bye, Clever. Welcome back. But, you know, so it's like at some point, if the channel builds up enough and we're pulling in enough every month, then sure. You know, if we hit a point where, you know, everything totaled up for the month that comes in winds up being about $500 or $600, then yeah, I can split off and throw money at bills and throw money at you guys and, you know, get stuff in for the channel too. But like right now, stuff's getting split up between saving for Blade Show. I said at the end of next month, I'm looking at, trying to find something cool. And again, I think it's going to be a drop bear. There'll probably be a drop bear to give away to you guys and put money back for Blade Show. So I said, I do want Blade Show to be an absolute event. Barosis, what's going on? Welcome. How you doing? How's it going tonight? You guys remember to consensually fondle the like button. We're trying to hit 100 likes. We haven't done that in a while. I'd love to see it. We're up to 71 now. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're on the way there. Well, if you like the cardboard cutting ASMR, like we're doing this every Saturday right now. Ocean spray craisins, it is time for you to pay for your numerous sins against the laws of the Almighty and not a few of the statutes of mankind. Yeah, I will say, if Damascus gets really cheap, don't trust it. Like, really cheap Damascus is never a good bargain. Minimum price for good Damascus is kind of tough to call, you know? Like, that's a tough call to make. Like, you know, if you're dealing like VG10 core Damascus or something like that, you kind of start looking at where it can get down to like, you know, 35, 40 bucks for a mass manufactured knife. But like, it's such a hard call. Yeah, and the ones on ranch, they might be all right. You know, I'm talking about, like, when you see like, I certainly wouldn't trust stainless that says it's made in Pakistan. I really wouldn't. Big Bird, welcome back. How you doing, man? Welcome back. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I will say, like, if they do a making of video, it's kind of cool to see the process. But again, if they don't tell you what the materials that went into it are, the making of videos don't help a whole lot outside of they look cool. Like, good 1095 and 15 and 20 Damascus would be phenomenal. Outside of, you know, you got to keep it oiled. Like, that's some fantastic shit. But I also haven't played with a lot of Damascus on here. But all right, Gabriel, appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much for your time. But brother, we got like over 200 knives here. Like, and they keep fucking piling up. They keep piling up. Well, what materials are they listing? Robert, you don't got to worry about that. We are cutting plenty more cardboard, but welcome to the stream. Yeah, that piece didn't want to cut. There we are. Thank you for the thumbs up, Tobias. Yeah, if you guys are just getting here, do me a solid and smash that like button out. We're trying to hit 100. It's not a lot. It's not a lot, but we haven't gotten over 100 likes in a few weeks now. I don't think. Aww. Robert, you doing all right today, brother? Yeah, Nitro V made an appearance. Nitro V ran about 4 hours of this. It hung in there with D2. I think Nitro V is supposed to be a little tougher than D2. I could be wrong. I know Jeremy at Kaiser, when I talked to him about it, he said it was supposed, I think he said it was comparable to their 154 CM, but I'm not sure exactly in what capacity he was talking about. But the Nitro V did not hang out as long as I thought it would. Cardboard! 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 Because, yeah, we did the Nitro V on the Kaiser Nice Guy. Oh, believe me, like, this is hitting me in my shoulder. And right here, this is chewed up so bad. We have done 2 in a row with not the best ergonomics. I haven't really handled any case knives or traditional old timers, so I don't really know enough about them to share much in the way of thoughts. Outside of some of them do look nice, but that's about all I know. Like, I haven't touched an old-timer traditional probably since about 1994. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, Haywood Nader. If you've got a testing method that produces consistent results that are repeatable, then yeah, it's a damn good test. Like, if you can repeat those results on the same steels, the same steels with the same kind of edge, more or less, it's a good test. You know, all you're looking for with these tests is consistency. How repeatable are your results? Yeah, that's it. As long as there's consistency there, as long as you've got a good, solid, consistent metric, it's a good test. Now that is interesting. So I'm not familiar with 4340. However, I have played with some 5160 spring steel, and that is something that I want to try out on the channel. I don't like, you're not going to find guys making mass manufactured knives with 5160, unfortunately. With the white handle, we don't really count the number of cuts. We can't keep track of that, as you can see. But the white knife on the factory edge did this for how long? On the factory edge, the white knife went for 1 hour and 50 minutes. It did really good for 3CR13. So 5160 spring steel is generally more or less what you can rely on leaf springs and coil springs on your car to be. It's a good solid spring steel. It takes a heat treatment well. It can be some really good steel. You know, that's what that is. Your traditional kukris made in Nepal are made out of that kind of steel. If it's heat treated well, it can perform well. Now, the other steel in that, I don't know anything about. I have never seen that steel before, so I'm kind of curious about that part. I don't think Cave... Oh, nice, Greg. Hopefully you enjoy it as much as I expect to enjoy mine. But I will say, I don't think it's necessarily the case of steel has gone downhill, although I've heard some of those complaints. I think it's so much better steels are available, and Case hasn't updated it. So what used to be great steel now isn't that good. So like, if I want to do a 5160 knife, I'm going to have to make it myself. And I think we are starting to see our first signs of trouble with this thing. It looks like the edge is just starting to let go. Yeah, like my problem with trying to make a knife myself right now is my grinder, like my 2x72 grinder, absolutely hates making knives. It hates making knives, which is a bummer. But it makes it way harder to actually grind a knife out and not just destroy my heat treatment. Because it only takes like an 1/18 of a second of contact with the belt. Sweet apple pie, what's going on? Welcome, how are you doing? But smash that like button on your way in. We are trying to hit 100 likes. We haven't seen that many in a while. But like my 2x72, it takes next to no time at all to burn a spot on the edge, and then your heat treatment's ruined. Like, it takes no time whatsoever. So, yeah, that's part of why I didn't keep making knives. Like, I've got to get a grinder with a VFD. Sweet apple pie, thank you so much for the super chat. Look at that, guys. So you get to pick a figure out. This time, would you like to see the ninja, the Frankenstein, the robot, the Grim Reaper, the knight, the mummy, the alien, or the scuba guy? It's Sweet Apple Pie's choice. Ninja it is. The ninja's getting some love tonight. The ninja's getting a lot of love tonight. You know what, Sweet Apple Pie, because you came in with a super chat and you've been polite, let's do another smile. There you go, another smile. Like, and that is interesting with the aerospace steel. Like I said, I've never seen that before. But, you know, a lot of our best knife steels have started off as a tool steel or something like that. So, I mean, it may be some really good stuff. You know, it's pretty wild that they're using stuff that I haven't heard of before, given how much I've dabbled in all kinds of random shit. Fook, welcome back. But like I said, I do want to test a good 5150 knife. You didn't miss a ton of stuff, Fook. Really. Or a 5160. So, and I may have to just screw around and attempt to make a 5160 myself, just to give us something to try out. Yeah, we'll put a pin in Knives Ranch because, like, yeah, like I said, it's just a lot of our best knife steel started off with a tool steel. You know, tool steel comes out, it gets used, and someone makes a knife out of it. But yeah, like if you would have let off with the steels being like 5160 and whatever that other one was, that would have been a lot more interesting than, hey, check out this knife repeatedly. Like, you got to lead with something interesting. I'll put a pin in Knives Ranch because that is now interesting to me. Me with knives, keep the facts coming. I love reading them. Ah, I dropped it. The grippers. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the standard ball bearing steel. 52100. 52100 is another steel that I'd like to mess with. Morlock, what's up? How you doing? Smash that like button on the way in, guys. We're trying to hit 100. We're at 74 now. But 52100, like 52100 is known for high HRC, but being a bit brittle. That's one that I'm definitely interested in checking out. But it's hard to find like affordable mass manufacture knives and stuff like 5160 or 52100. Like, they're just not out there. They're not popular blade steels. I've got a couple of very large ball bearings floating around that my dad gave me. That being said, to hand forge those out is going to take days. It's going to take days, and it's going to be a nightmare to grind. Because, like, I tried making a keychain, a little hot stamp with my logo in it out of 52100, and I'm gonna tell you right now, even with it glowing red, the drill bit still would not bite into it. Like, I did everything I could think of and destroyed so many drill bits trying to just punch a hole in that little thing. 52100 is kind of nuts. Yeah, we're starting to see our first signs of trouble. Joseph, I'm not moving the camera around for that because honestly, the rest of this room is such a mess that I don't want people seeing it. The cardboard is all packed up in boxes. It goes straight into a box. The box gets closed and gets taken back to work to be recycled. Yeah, I mean, that's where, again, like a lot of guys argue against pricing on, you know, higher end steels on knives, but it's like, if you had any idea how expensive tool steel can get, like that steel ain't cheap. Tool steel, especially new tool steel that was, you know, created recently, that shit gets expensive fast. It does not take much of that steel to start costing a lot of money. Why I haven't apologized yet, probably a clickbaitier title. God almighty, like 20 more minutes of this stuff and I can stop and rest for a minute. Jesus. Like, I appreciate that I'm starting to see signs of trouble the way we should with 3CR13, but I don't want to take a break right now and interrupt the fact that I know how long I've been doing this again. That can start causing a problem keeping track of my time later. And I do want this knife to be done for the night. Like, we're starting to see trouble. So the mossy oak went for 47 minutes on the factory edge. It went from a 189 to a 613 in 47 minutes. On the new 18-degree edge, we've been doing an hour and 40 minutes, and it's just starting to show issues. Yes, so if you go and check the videos out, this morning I did upload my next knife for the week. It's another $5 Ozark Trail from the holiday stuff. So that's what we're going with, because like right now is the time to be making your Ozark Trail videos. Now is definitely the time to be making your Ozark Trail videos. Like, in the absence of Ozark Trail releasing another dropout, Sergio Angel, what's going on? That's a pretty cool score, man. No. So this is not an Ozark Trail. This is a mossy oak. But the white Ozark Trail is not the same steel as the orange one. This is not the same steel as the orange Ozark Trail either. Yeah, hopefully you got a legit one and not a clone. That would suck. Or a counterfeit. No, the gift pack is not worth 25 bucks unless you want 5 tip down knives, this one, and then the shittiest utility knife you've ever touched. If you want those things, then by all means spend 25 bucks on it, but I would not advise spending $25 on that set. Yeah, now we're starting to see the problems. Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, that is what Gerber and Kershaw are known for. 4CR14 at way too high of a price. Like I said, like the only reason I bought that set was for this knife specifically for YouTube purposes. Like that is why I bought this thing. All right, 1 hour 45 minutes. Let's take a look at our edge because we're starting to see some edge devastation on those cuts. We'll try to get it farther back where the initial cuts were. All right, Punisher, we'll see you in a few minutes. 7CR, if you can get it for under 10 bucks, is all right. But, I mean, it's not great. Like, 8CR should be the minimum, but 7CR just, it's not a great steal. CR is an okay-ish steal, but, like, when you can get D2 as cheap as you can, 8CR just looks bad. But 7CR, if you can get it for like 7 or 8 bucks, okay, yeah, that's fine. Well, thank you, George. Let's arm the nugget. 335 there. What are we asking about S35VN for? Gotcha, Fook. No worries. I've been having the same problem a little bit. We got a 757. Let's try that one more time. I don't entirely believe that number. So S35VN is a good steal. It's very, very tough. The pricing is a little all over the place right now, but I think it's a little expensive for what it is. I think it's a little expensive for what it is. D2 should drop down to replace 8CR13. S35VN should drop down to replace D2, and that's my opinion on it. I've handled a lot of D2. I haven't handled as much 14C28N to give you a firm opinion on it. Like a firm opinion. So we got a 567. So yeah, we're at a devastated edge. We're at a devastated edge. at an hour and 45 minutes. So this feels like it's on the softer side of 3CR13. It may be below 3CR13 in quality. I am not sure what steels would come in below 3CR13. Maybe 420J2 or something like that. But we're on a pretty wrecked edge. So we're going to sharpen this thing back up after I take a leak. And we'll check out some of the other knives I got laying around. Some of y'all have seen all of them, but some of y'all haven't. 01 tool steel. I don't think 01 is worse than 3CR. I have made some knives out of 01 tool steel that can be some good stuff with the right heat treatment on it. Guys, I'll be right back. Bear with me. Guys, I just peed as loud as I possibly could, seeing if maybe y'all can hear it all the way back in here. We'll get the healing box back out. So Brando, I haven't used any MagnaCut before, so I don't know. I know nothing about MagnaCut yet, but I'm assuming MagnaCut's going to last a lot longer on edge retention, and it's supposed to be incredibly tough. It's not Mossy Oak that would put the heat treatment on this. It would be whoever they're buying from. And that's the thing, like your CR series steels, they're made in enormous batches and heat treated in enormous batches by basically all the same suspects. So you're probably going to get the same 3CR you'd get here as you would from Ozark Trail and from Kershaw and from Gerber. They're all made in such huge batches, and they're sold by the same guys. So it's expectable that you're going to get the same steel from place to place. Those sliding sharpeners. We'll see. We'll see if this is the one you mean in just a second here. I forgot we're going to get the Forbidden Moonshine out, and we're going to clean the tape gunk off of this thing before we get it on my sharpener. Let's see if this thing holds on to the tape gunk as hard as the Oh, I'm going to be hella upset if the MagnaCut dies in like 4 hours. Well, Joseph, I'm not sure what sliding sharpeners you're asking about. Like, I was shocked S35 VN went down in like 4 hours. Oh, the rolling sharpeners, apparently if you spend the money on the good ones, they're all right, according to Outdoors 55. Spending money on the good ones, they work all right, but the cheap ones don't work so good. But that is Outdoors 55's knowledge and experience, not my knowledge and experience, if that helps you at all. Let me get a stone out. Let's see how close we still are to that 18 degrees on here. God damn it. Okay. So we got 0 there. Yeah, we're still right at 18 degrees. Would you look at that? So this thing should be able to hold some pretty big stuff. Yeah, and that's one of the things. But like I gotta try bigger folders in here at some point. I need to try one that I don't care as much about in here to see how it works, and then go from there. Master Alexis, what's up? We're doing the world's cheapest axis lock, is what we're doing. But yeah, favorite steel is kind of hard to gauge. All right, so we are in the right spot with this. But personally, I like a good D2. Yes, it does come with it. The angle finder does come with this. It's part of the whole setup. But like honestly, the 154 cm from Kaiser kind of has done the best so far outside of the D2 on that Ozark Trail, and we still don't know what's happening with that. But the Kaiser 154 cm has probably been the best that we've done so far. But my favorite is probably D2. You just get really good steel that works really well for general use, and it keeps the price of a knife, a good knife, down below 50 bucks. So I do take what it does to the cost of a knife into consideration when I'm looking at it. This I ordered off of Amazon. They're like a few % off right now, so you can get them a little bit cheaper, but it's the Workshop brand, so you run into the same problem as the Butterfly Tacs and the Tic Tacs, where they never really go on sale. You know, it's kind of like Nintendo, the shit never really goes on sale. The Pocket Monster, I think, was in D2. I'd have to look it up real quick and get the specs again. We did do the AR RPM 9 on the oh, what do you call it? The Kajurb Tigris. Fisher TPS. Well, it's been a lot. The robot's been lonely for a while. The robot's been lonely, and I need money. Yeah, I remember 9CR18 did pretty well too. Well, like I said, they've got the lower tier version of this, the Precision Adjust Elite, that also does fantastic work, but it's a lot slower than this one. But it's only $100 or $120 compared to $250. But Fisher TPS, welcome, man. How are you doing? Sorry, I did not officially greet you and welcome you to the stream. We'll touch on this side. One more touch on this side. Yeah, George, I do strop. You'll see. Just bear with me here. We're going through a full sharpening cycle. You'll see how I strop. That's 220 down. No, not yet. The Beluga's been out on the table for you guys to vote on, and it's been passed on a couple of times now. So I haven't gotten to carry the Beluga yet. And somehow I get the feeling it'll be early next year before I'm done with all the stuff that I need to carry, because right now is the time to do it and get another shot at the Beluga. Rise, kill, and eat. What's going on? Welcome. Why left to right? Well, I got to cover the entire blade. So it's going to have to move side to side. I do want to see how that K110 does, but it depends on the steel. Like right now we're sharpening what I assume is 3CR13. It might be something worse, I'm not sure, but this one's going at 18 degrees. If I'm doing like D2, I like 17 degrees. So I typically hang around 17, 18 degrees unless the knife has a specific reason to go into a higher angle. But that's also for general lightweight EDC use. That's not intended for hard outdoor use or anything like that. We'll switch to the other side. We'll touch up both sides again real quick and move on to the 400 grit. This sharpener cost $250. However, you can get the budget version that's smaller, doesn't have as many creature comforts, for $120 that will do the same thing but a lot slower. Nicola, I like Lime Flight. What's going on? This right here is a fixed angle sharpener. The rod right here keeps this at the same angle while I sharpen, so I know exactly what angle this thing is sharpened at when I get done. Like, just watch, when I get done with this thing, it is going to have a ludicrously sharp edge. But 9CR18, like I said, I've done 9CR18. If I remember, it took about 6 hours to wear that out. It did really good. So 9CR18, some good stuff. Like, we've done a lot of I'll be honest, Rise, Eat, Kill, Rise, Kill, and Eat. I haven't done any skinning, so I really don't know. Like, I'm in an area where, like, you know, I grew up somewhere where people don't hunt. Um, you know, like, that wasn't part of the lifestyle where I grew up. At the moment now, I don't have the kind of money needed and the kind of time needed to invest in hunting. So I genuinely have no idea what a good angle would be for processing an animal like that. No clue. Strangers on the internet are probably going to know a lot more than I do. Someone in the comments here that does hunt, or so if we have someone in the comments here that hunts, there we are. Well, yeah, 20 degrees is a good all-purpose edge, but I don't know how well that'll help with skinning. Nicola, you ain't gonna be pulling that bullshit in here. This is your warning. Don't say shit like that again. Well, I do appreciate the sub. Believe me. Smash the like button if you haven't. We're trying to get up to 100. We haven't seen 100 in a long time. Yeah, we don't come in here talking about hurting people or shit like that. This ain't the place for it. Yeah, we're just talking about like the best angle to sharpen an edge at for processing a deer, basically. I have no idea what that would be, because you are kind of looking at a balance between being able to break through the skin and the fur and not go too deep. A little bit more touch up on both sides and we can move on. Yeah, I would say you might want to do some experimenting, but like trying to change the angle for each deer you process can take a long ass damn time, depending on what the limit is for the number that you can harvest and how often you harvest. Nasty Nate 82, what's going on? Welcome, man. How you doing? Yeah, these guys are not cheap. These guys are definitely not cheap, but they do a great job. Yeah, 18 degrees is a really good spot. Like if you sharpen D2 down to 15 degrees, it loses a ton of its edge retention. That edge will wear out a lot faster. And there are other steels that can handle 15 degrees just fine and prefer being at 15 degrees for cutting and still holding onto an edge. Well, I mean, hell, you could field dress a deer with a piece of flint. Guys did that for fucking millions of years. Oh snap, we're up to 81 likes. We're getting there. We're edging so hard right now. I'm edging so hard right now. Robert Ramsey, what's up? Welcome, man. How you doing? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The D2 on that Ozark Trail, the dropout, at 15 degrees, it's still held on longer than most of our other D2s do on the factory edge. Like, what the shit? Yeah, we are on 600. Nasty Nate, this is a Mossy Oak Axis lock. It basically costs $3.57, and I bearing swapped it. We've been doing edge retention testing on it all night, trying to figure out what kind of steel they used. I think it might be a lower quality than 3CR13, but I'm not 100% on that. However, we just wrecked the edge on it. I'm sharpening it back up before we find something else to get into. I mean, the 110 is a good enough knife, but as far as knife technology goes, the 110 is obsolete as shit. Like, it'll still work, but all the things that made it mind-blowing back in the day are no longer mind-blowing. Mo, how you doing? Welcome. Thank you for calling me daddy. Not enough people do that. Oh, Mo, we are edging so hard right now. We are edging so hard. Kershaw's are kind of like buck 110s. They work as knives, but what made them great back in the day is now obsolete. And they're sticking with basically obsolete technology and obsolete manufacturing and obsolete materials. A Kershaw will serve you as a knife, but you can do so much better for the same price today. Yeah, that's it. It's not that the bucks are necessarily bad knives. It's just the technology behind them is kind of obsolete. You know, gas station knife, sure. It's gonna beat the shit out of a $13 gas station knife. The edge retention on that beats this. At least my 110 that was made in 1980 does beat this for edge retention. However, you can get so much cheaper knives with so much better steel that works so much better and will survive essentially the same things a buck 110 will for so much less money now. Sharon, welcome back. How you doing? Give it a little bit more love on this. Bob, how you doing, man? How's it going? Y'all hit that like button. We're working our way towards 100 likes. Polar Vice, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah, I was born in 1980, dog. All right, now we move on to the strop. This thing does come with a strop, but it's nowhere near as good as my strops. It'll work. It'll get you nice and sharp, but it's nowhere near as good as my strops. Yep, let's put the stone up. All right, let's put the healing box away. So we have taken off the steel from the factory edge. We have now on our second sharpening with some yet more edge refinement. I am going to guess once we're done stropping, we're going to hit 110 on the tester. I am going to guess 110. The VG10 that we've done this to hasn't held an edge for that long. And I'm not sure if you can see. Yeah, you can. You can see where the stone could not reach any more of the edge right here. Like you can see where it's still blue from the first time we sharpened it. The stone could not get there. Lock in your guesses now for what you think we're going to pull on the tester. I'm saying 110. So, Joseph, there are ways you can get lower numbers. A harder steel that can take a better edge will get you a lower number. If you use the manually loaded reel, you can pull that thread extra tight and get your number lower that way. Like you got guys that'll sharpen down to like a 2-degree angle basically, and then test that. You can get some low numbers. I don't think getting a 10 on this is a realistic number, but that's just me. George, if you have a good abrasive compound on there, the strop will work just fine. The strop by itself bare will do some work, but you do want some kind of material on there to help refine your edge. What material are you putting on your strop? Like I said, just leather by itself will do some good. But if you have some kind of abrasive material in there, with a fine enough grit, it really takes your strop up to another level. All right, Sharon. Gotcha. Okay, so you got something to put on there. So yeah, your strop's gonna work. It's gonna work well enough for what you need it to do. You know, I have 5 stages of grit progression on mine just because I'm a little anal retentive and I like the results it gives me. And it gives me that nice mirrored edge. Like you can see, we're starting to get the edge nice and shiny again. And like I said, this strop and the diamond paste on it came from Temu. Yeah, so like on the rough side, you'd want to be using a coarser cutting compound of some sort, and then on the smooth side, you'd use a finer one. However, on your strop, if it only came with one tube, I would put that on the rough side and use that, and then use the clean side on the smooth side to just finish refining it. Um, all right, so where's your delicate paper? Yeah, I want it to work. I want it to work well for you. I want it to work well for you. I want you to get good results. Okay, we'll just use this. So we're good to go there. Yeah, y'all see that. Oh, that one came out good. And of course, we walk the bevel back where I like it. It's nice and mirrored out. Like y'all see that. That is a beautiful edge. So I am thinking we're get a 110. Y'all remember your guesses? Yeah, so my guess is going to be in the neighborhood of 110, like real close. Bob's got more faith in me. $155. Oof. Guys, we had a 117 on the last one. This feels sharper. Oh, shit. I never saw Scream, dog. I never saw Scream. Y'all see that, right? 93. I got centered on the wire a bit better. So we're going to go with 93 on that. Because I didn't have to fudge that or mess around with it. Yeah, that's the lowest number I have seen on that scale off of any edge. And I feel like if I had 1,000 grit stone to go with this sharpener, which they should have included that, I feel like if I had 1,000 grit stone, we would see a lower number. I feel like we'd see a lower number and it would work better. But, you know, the fact that we are getting numbers in the 110s to the below 100s now, I'm going to take that. Yeah, like this is nuts. We hit 97, but that is the lowest one we've done. And like you can see how much that edge reflects. Like I love edges like this. I love having the bevel walk back quite a bit. I know it's not going to be as durable as something a little toothier and coarser, but this just looks so good. This looks so good, and they do what I want to. Now, do we have our gentleman in here that wanted to kind of take a look around at the knives I had laying around? Yeah, let's look at the chart and see what we got here. Yeah, like we're into double-edged razor blade territory here. Like we are sharp, sharp. Yeah, you cannot take a measurement too slow, but you can take it too fast. Well, hang on. Like we had someone that wanted to look at everything I had laying around, and I told him to be patient. We get there. I just don't know. I don't know if he's still here. All right, George. Appreciate you. I'm pretty sure we'll be here next Saturday. I know it's Thanksgiving week, so I think I will be off Saturday. Pretty sure that's what I got going on. Yeah, no damn. We're up to 86 likes, guys. Come on, we're getting close to 100. We're pushing it. We are pushing it. Let's see, like we did look at the stuff last night. Like we looked at the beluga, we looked at everything else last night. We did. No expert, what's up? How you doing? Oh, nice. Yeah, this is the best edge I've ever gotten right here. At 97, this was the best edge I've ever gotten. However, one thing we can do, we can work on finishing off the edge on this damn albatross that's still hanging on. Because we're an hour in and we're at 377 on the Blood Strike. I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you being here. We're at 86 likes. We are 14 away from 100. We'll take like 2 minutes. But we've been doing this $10 burner knife in installments. So we'll get another installment in on this and see if we can wipe the edge out. Because we sharpened this one up to, I believe, 18 degrees after the factory edge failed catastrophically in no time. We're actually doing all right with it. It's coasting into obsolescence fairly gracefully. We started at 128 on this. Brando, I don't have an editor, brother. I don't have an editor. But, no, we started at 128, and at 1 hour, we're at 377. And the interesting thing is we measured we counted the cuts or got a really good idea of how many cuts we'd made in that half hour. 900 cuts in about a half hour. You average those out to about, Punisher is just one of my moderators. He's one of my moderators. He's been here for a long time. Yeah, editor. Nobody edits my shit. I don't even edit my shit. He's a moderator and he's been with the channel for a long time, pretty much since the live streams first started. Like he's been here forever. Fook's been here forever. KO Knives has been here forever. He is like traveling right now, so we're not going to see him for a bit. But yeah, nobody edits my stuff. Like, the foundation of the channel is just jank. Yeah, like Punisher is a channel friend. He is a friend of the channel. All right, so let's start in on this one. We're at 377 right now. And this gut hook is annoying as hell. Yeah, I'm a one-man operation. Like, I don't think we're at 3,500 subs yet. Like, we haven't even hit 5K. So the channel's too small to even think about, like, getting an editor in here or anything else. Fook, such self-deprecation does not suit men of action such as ourselves. Yes, and Salem Yo-Yo, what's going on? Welcome back. How you doing, man? Yeah, they didn't make this a thicker blade at all. They just threw the gut hook in for no reason. All right, G-Tear. Welcome back. Yeah, I remember when I would read to the kids at night before they went to bed. And there'd be times where, like, the ex-wife would demand to pick a long-ass book. And I'm not sure why she wanted me sitting there forever reading to them when, like, I was, you know, especially when I just worked, like, a 13-hour day and spent, like, 2 hours and some change in traffic trying to get home. And because they couldn't read yet, I'd just skip a few pages at a time. And, like, they wouldn't know any better. They were just happy, and then she'd get pissed off at me about it, and it's like, what the hell do you want here? Chat froze up. No, this is not the Mossy Oak. This is a $10 burner from Albatross. Damn it. Yeah, this is not the Mossy Oak. This is jumping over to an Albatross burner we've been trying to kill. It's basically like she just had all these weird ideas that somehow we were going to be this perfect nuclear family, like a fucking Norman Rockwell painting. Even though she was, at the time, about as stable as toilet paper scaffolding in a hurricane. And, like, she was actively making the lives of everyone around her worse. All right, hey, Woodinator, enjoy. We will see you later, sir. So I said, this thing already had an hour of cut time started on it on an 18-degree edge. And we don't know what steel it is. All we know is it costs $10 on Amazon, and it's from Albatross. Todd, appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for your time. Come on. I don't like this gut hook at all. Well, I'll answer the questions that I can. That's the caveat. Like, if I don't know the answer to a question, I'm not going to feed you a line of shit. This is not something I'd recommend backpacking or for much else unless you happen to need the hook for something on a folder. And even then, like, you're not getting great steel. But for $10, if you find the hook useful, it's kind of hard to argue with. Like, that's the thing. Like, I'm no expert. I'm no expert. I'm learning this stuff as I go. I am very much learning this stuff as I go. And if you guys are just coming in, if you would gently fondle the underside of the like button like so. We're at 89. We're almost to 100. I tell you what, I really enjoyed that 78,000 view stream. Or I think we got like damn near 400 likes on that one. That was impressive. I wish those were happening more consistently, but I knew when that happened it was fairly isolated. But damn, it felt good. Yeah, Brando. Brando, I'll tell you right now, we have people in here like EDC and Lace when she shows up. Bro, I know nothing when she comes in here. You got steel questions? She is one of the people to go to. I miss having her in these streams, but she only pops up very infrequently. Like, very irregular guest. But damn, does she know her shit. Listen, it's just one of the people that'll drop by occasionally. She does sharpen professionally. So like you can send stuff to her to have it sharpened. And like she will take care of you. No, she's a professional sharpener. I'm not sure where Farrier came from. Like farriers would know a thing or two about horseshoes, not necessarily steels. Oh, really? So she is a veritable fountain of knowledge. Let's go ahead and rotate boxes full of shredded cardboard out. Guys, we have generated an ungodly amount of diced up cardboard so far today. Test clips are falling out of boxes left and right. It's raining cats and dogs. It's total anarchy, I tell you. I feel like this box is going to want some tape. Give me just a second here, guys. This box is in terrible shape. I guess beat down bad enough that it's not a viable candidate for cutting up, but that'll work. Joseph Stewart, thank you for that. I am seeing 89 here on the screen. We've been staying there for a minute. Let's break 100. Yeah. Like blacksmiths and farriers are also completely different beasts. You know, like a blacksmith that, like blacksmith and farriers, there's enough overlap where farriers can do some blacksmithing And blacksmiths can do some farrier work, but farriers are much more specialized than general blacksmiths. Like a good farrier is very, very specialized. No, blacksmiths and farriers are not one and the same. I promise you that. All right, general blacksmithing has a wide range of skill sets. But like a general blacksmith that only does blacksmithing, you know, ornamental work, doing stuff like that, structural work, things of that nature, unless they have been trained as a farrier, they're not going to do a good job as a farrier. All right. That's like saying a CDL licensed driver is the same as someone driving a car. They're not. They aren't. Like I said, a farrier is a much more specialized skill set and requires, you know, they're still using fire, they're still using a hammer, they are doing some smithing work. All right. But they're not doing the same kind of smithing work. Oh shit, we're at 91. Yeah, we only need 9 more. You only need 9 more likes. Yeah, back in the 1800s, the blacksmith would do some farrier work. That's what I'm saying. Like a blacksmith that is trained in doing farrier work can do farrier work. But I promise you, there were also guys that were dedicated farriers that were doing it way better than the town blacksmith was in most cases, even back then. Yes, they were made. I just said that. The farrier is still working with fire and hammer. However, the farrier is more than likely not going to have much experience in, say, making the ornamental and structural work for a railing on a house, a high-end railing. You know, they're not. They are specialized in creating horseshoes and shoeing horses and doing the work that is required there. Generally speaking, your blacksmith that is trained in doing structural work, trained in doing ornamental work, trained in making general tools, isn't going to have the same skill set it takes to do farrier stuff. There's overlap, but they're not the same. That's again like saying, you know, the guy driving your bus, it's like saying the guy that drives an F1 car is the same skill set as driving a bus. The certain steel they use is, generally speaking, mild steel. All right, way back when it was wrought iron, and now it's just mild steel. All right, folk. Because trust me, I know a lot of blacksmiths. All right? I know blacksmiths that have been on Forged in Fire. I know blacksmiths that have won their episodes of Forged in Fire. None of those guys know the first thing about how to efficiently create a horseshoe from scratch and then put that fucking shoe on the horse. Like I said, again, it's not that they don't both work with fire and hammer. All right, it's just the flaw in your logic here is that saying a blacksmith and a farrier are the same when they're not. A farrier can do some blacksmithing work. A blacksmith can do some farrier work. That's like saying a dentist and a podiatrist are the same thing. Just because they both do medical work and they do work on the human body doesn't mean they're the same. Well, guys, we are 9 away from 100. We're 9 likes away from 100. We can do this by the end of the night, you guys. Yeah, I've got a feeling. Did we lose one? Somebody's being a dick. We're 10 likes away from 100, guys. We can do it. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Harrison Ford is not an expert in shoving people off planes either. Yep, back down to 90. Someone's just fucking with my emotions now. Someone's just playing with my emotions. Come on, guys, we can get it up over 100. We can do 100. And this thing is still holding on for dear life. Like, holy shit. Like, we're almost 2 hours in. And we're still cutting pretty nice. Well, I take that back. No. We're 1 hour and 20 minutes in. Never mind. Sorry, I thought we started back in on this at 9. We started at 9:30. I knew something seemed off. Yes, it seems like the combination of keeping the chat rate a little bit higher and picking up the likes has helped with the concurrent viewers on the stream. I said it's not so much that I'm trying to e-beg. I hate the way that sounds, but we are trying to figure out what helps feed the algorithm and what helps the algorithm kind of push the videos to more viewers. You know, what was it? I was on Middle Complex's stream, and he was saying that something like 5% of the people that start a YouTube channel will ever make it up over 1,000 subscribers. Well, like, that's the thing. The steel can only go so low in quality. Like, we're 1 hour and 20 minutes in on a hand-sharpened edge that I put at 18 degrees. So we're not at the point now where we should be seeing edge devastation quite this early. I just forgot about when exactly we started cutting again. Yeah, like, we've been talking about those blade steels all night. Like, we've exhausted my knowledge of stuff I have firsthand experience with. That's the thing, is like, you know, again, we've done a shitload of D2 and a shitload of 8CR. Now we've done a good bit of 3CR. Those are the ones I've had the most time with. You know, our S35 VN, that went 4 hours. Yeah, I mean, that's been a bummer too. Like the sock game hasn't really popped off, which is again yet more e-begging. Like we'll get higher views, but we'll get lower in the income generated by the stream. Like it's really weird. And like it's again, I know these are small streams, it's a small channel, which really plays a lot into it. You know, like I said, I'm pushing and pushing and pushing to try to build this channel up into something, you know, self-sustaining and still something unique. Well, like I said, like I said, we've gone over this. Like I've kind of exhausted that. No, one of my favorite things on the internet ever, and I've seen it talked about a couple of times now, is urinalpoop.com. Like this is way back in the Wild West days of the internet, but basically you would take a dump in a urinal and take a picture of the result and upload it to urinalpoop.com. Like that's still so damn funny to me. Like that is fucking hilarious. Okay, we're up to 92. We're only 8 likes away. We're only 8 away. But like I miss things like that when the internet was a much crazier place. No, it's not an upper decker. It's not an upper decker. That's when you take a dump in the tank of a toilet and let them flush that. I haven't cut my hand yet or my finger yet. I haven't cut myself doing this yet. Let's stay there. Oh my God, a friend of mine named Corey. God bless that guy. That man has been responsible for a few of my most epic stories that I have. But he disappeared from school. He just didn't show up for a few days. And I finally caught up with him when he showed back up. I'm like, dude, what the hell happened? Where'd you go? Like, I've been looking for you. He's like, I got suspended. He's like, well, I didn't hear about anybody fighting or anything like that. Like, so it's like, what'd you get suspended for? He's like, so I went into the bathroom. And I walked into a stall to take a leak. Somebody took a dump on the floor next to the toilet. I saw that and I turned around and walked out of the stall right as the principal walked in, and he saw that turd laying on the floor. He blamed me for it and I got suspended for it. I was just like, motherfucker, that's amazing. That is amazing. But then again, next to my old house, about that point in my life, there was a miniature golf course that closed down. And it was like a big miniature golf course. The building facade looked like a castle. It had the arcade inside. It had the prize booth. It had all the things. And it had 2 separate miniature golf courses you could play on. And when it closed down, like we used to walk through the miniature golf course and look for the miniature golf balls, you know, the solid plastic ones that are super low quality. And just play with those on the way back, walking through the neighborhood to go home. I'm in Georgia. But... So, like, I show Corey, like, I'm walking back home from a friend's house with Corey, and I was like, let's drop by the miniature golf course and grab some golf balls. He's like, what? He's like, yeah, let's just drop by there and pick them up. So I walk back there and I show him, and, like, Corey is far ballsier and more mischief-oriented than I was. Like, I'd do dumb shit just to be doing shit, but I'd make sure, like, it was okay. You know, like, it wasn't something I'd get in too much trouble for, but Corey did not give a fuck. So he walks around, and in the back of the building where the swinging door used to go outside, they had plywood nailed up over it. And Corey's like, let's break in. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. Because I was a bit of a Boy Scout, even though I was a troublemaker. Like, again, I didn't want to do anything that could get me in too much trouble. I didn't trust my luck not getting caught. And Corey looks in a shed right next to that door where all the tools were stored, and there was a wood splitter. It was like a wood splitting maul with the sledgehammer head on the back. I was like, dude, let's go. I'm not cool with this. I don't want to do this. And, you know, he wasn't listening. So he took the sledgehammer head and broke the plywood down. So I was like, all right, well, we're in this now. And I go inside with him, and of course the place is empty. just about all the arcade machines are gone, all that. Everything's a little bit mildewed. But, you know, we go in there and we raid behind the prize cabinet like you always wanted to do when you were a kid, even though nothing good was there, like all that. And so that kind of became a regular hangout for us. We just go over there when we were bored and kill time. I took the claw out of the claw machine and took that home with me. Like we took home putters, golf balls, pool cues, a lot of the leftover crap laying around. But like our second or third trip there, Corey disappears in the back for a while, and I'm still checking out rooms I hadn't explored yet. And so I'm walking back to a room, and Corey walks out. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing, man?" I was like, "What? I'm still looking around the place. Like, what's your problem?" He's like, "No, what are you doing?" Like, I just told you, I haven't been in that room yet. I want to see. Right? But like he starts freaking out. I'm like, "What the hell is your problem?" He's like, "No, man, I just took a shit back there and you're trying to go back there and look at it." I'm like, "What the fuck are you you're trying to look at my shit?" I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about, man?" And like he would not back off that shit. So I'm just like, "What the fuck ever, man? Like you need to chill." But like he would not back off of that one. And like to this day, I am still fucking confused as hell as to what he was on about. Yeah, I was like, I don't feel like staring at somebody's turd. Like that's not what I'm here for. Give me 1 second here. Hang on. What the fuck? Where are my chat options? Give me 1 second here. So I need to look at my chat options. Y'all smash out that like button. What the why can't I adjust my chat options on here? It's like I'm pretty sure I've got top comments on here and not all comments. And like I can adjust the chat on this phone, but the one I'm watching on my alt, I'm not having much luck with. Oh, nice, Eagle. Yeah, if y'all are so inclined, drop by Eagle Scout and check him out. Why the hell can't I look at my chat options? Give me a second here. This is starting to bother me. We are at an hour and a half on this. Gotcha, Brando. Like, what the hell? Why can I not change my chat options to all chat and not just top chat? This is starting to irritate me. And Aiden, you missed some stuff. Screw it. But yeah, I mean that miniature golf course too. Like we used to go there and hang out, and then one day we went back in there. There was a bunch of spray paint that we kind of left sitting off to the side, and I went back to get it at one point because I was just gonna screw around with the spray paint at home. And we go back in there, and we look from the road, the big 4-lane that was next to the golf course, the miniature golf course, and the windows on the doors were completely covered in paint. So we knew something was wrong. I was like, something's wrong here. I guess let's go back and take a look and see what the deal is. And we go back there, and there's like 4, 11, and 12-year-olds, and they're like, dude, check out our clubhouse. Look what we did. Look what we did. And they had taken the paint and vandalized the shit out of the place and destroyed everything. Like they just destroyed it. And they made it obvious that people were in there from the road, so that it was easy to see the place was vandalized, which is like, oh God, that's not good. So that kind of ruined that. And so like at that point, I'm like, screw it. I'm taking some anger out here, and I grabbed an axe that was from the tool room, and I hit the ductwork along the ceiling and tore that down. Just damaged a bunch of shit. And we went outside, and I started chopping down the volcano in the middle of the course. And I saw some guy doing landscaping nearby, kind of staring at the group. And I was like, we gotta go. And like I'm the one that he went after. And he starts going off on me. I'm like, look, man, my girlfriend ran away from home a couple weeks ago, and she forgot her backpack in this building. Did you find it? It's got a picture of me in it. Did you find it? And he's like, I found a backpack, but it had been burned. And like, I know those kids, because she actually did leave her backpack there. But like, I know those little kids did that, but he's like, well, I mean, that's all I needed, dude. That's what I was there looking for. He's like, all right, do not ever go back there again. Like, all right, boss, sure. But like, I just happened to be able to talk my way out of that one as soon as we got caught. Like, I got so lucky there. God, why can I not read the top comments on the fucking chat here? How do I change this shit? This is getting real old. I don't know if it's just because I am looking at it. Hang on. Now somehow I was watching this on my main channel the other day. I don't remember how. I'm about to give up. There we are. No, is it still not letting me look at the fucking chat options? What the shit? It's like everybody else's chat, I can look at top chat and everything else as it's happening, and I can't do it here. Yeah, it's still not giving me chat options. It's not letting me do a top chat or all chat or anything. Oh shit, there we are. All right, good looking out, Punisher. Good looking out. We're there. Yeah, Brando, I'm not on an iPhone. You assume I have too much money. Yeah, I did Boy Scouts briefly. That was one where my mom invaded that shit and ruined it. And yeah, it got ruined, so I dropped out. Yeah, but still, you're assuming I got iPhone money. I clearly do not. But like I promise you guys, I wasn't trying to look at Corey's shit. Michael O, what's going on? I didn't say hi. I think I missed you coming in when I was dealing with the chat issues and staring at this cuts while I was talking. Yeah, like I'm not an Apple fan, but I'm also on a Metro PCS phone, which I'd love to have a higher end phone, something a lot nicer than this, but I ain't got it. I don't have an equalizer button, sir. Yeah, we're trying to finish killing this edge, get it over with. We got... Shit. What did we get? We got an hour and 45 minutes off of the mossy oak. And then I got the edge down to, I believe, 97? 93. I got a 93 on the edge tester. It's the lowest one that we got. Brother, I don't have a bars and graphs icon on my screen. I am trying to tell you this. I have told you this repeatedly. Yeah, we finally got under 100. Apparently, the Precision Adjust Professional is treating us better than the Elite did. Something equalizer. Well, good for you, Brando. Y'all hit that like button. We are 6 away from 100. We're trying to give ourselves 100 by the end of the night. And we only got 2 more hours to get there. We're only 5 hours and 19 minutes into this live stream. Critical Funk, what's up? How you doing? How you doing? Shit, we're 5 away. Well, I appreciate the kind words, Brando. Don't tell me this is going to hang on for a 2-hour run. Don't tell me this is going to hang on for a 2-hour run. I am so tired of cutting. This has basically been about 5 hours of cutting so far. I'm still showing 95 on my screen. Yeah, I got 95 on here. Yeah, like we finished off our run with the Mossy Oak, the world's cheapest axis lock. So we're back on the gut hook knife trying to finish that off. Like, it's redeemed itself. it has redeemed itself. That the performance on that first run was terrible on the factory edge, but it's fighting the good fight now. Now I see 96. Ah, nice, Punisher. God, it's a shame about CKY's front, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, like, I'm kind of surprised nobody else has thought to do this. Like, I'm surprised nobody else has thought to, like, do real-time edge testing on a live stream. I think we're seeing the end of this. Yeah, snagging bad. Well, let's get the old handy dandy tester out and see where we're at. No, so this is an hour and 40 minutes on this one, not 3 hours. Yeah, I've got a Swiss Tech lined up waiting on this. I got the Werdig from, you know, those initial releases just because I really dig the way the Werdig looks. But that's also OS 8, which we haven't gotten to play with yet. Or we did play with the OS 8 on the Rat 2. So we got 464 there. We'll bring it up a little farther forward. The Warrior. Oh yeah, we edge so hard here. We edge so damn hard. Let's break some paper out, see if we can find where the snag is before we go too much crazier. Okay, so snag is right about here. $466. Saints, what's up? Knives and Pizza, what's going on, guys? How you doing? 2 more likes. 2 more likes and we'll have 100. $514. So we're going with 514. 514 seems to be at the most reliable number we can get. Oh, nice. So now we can take our opportunity to work on some freehand sharpening. Oh my God. Ow. Standing up hurts. Okay. Give me a second to stretch here. But now we can play with some hand sharpening and see how that goes. Now I will say, like, I've got a ring light, the frame for the ring light like right in front of me, so it's hard to work around this thing. And we're at 99. One more like, you guys. Brother, I am 44, and I have done physical labor pretty much my entire life. Yeah. Oh no, dude. An hour and 40 minutes is garbage. Wait till we hit some D2 and it goes for 4 hours and some change before we wait till it goes like 4 hours, 5 hours before we need to sharpen it. Hey, we hit 100. Fuck yeah. All right, we haven't seen 100 in a while now. Merry Fishmas. Hell yeah, 101. Yeah, I did landscaping most of my life, and working at a store doing retail is actually a lot of physicality. Dio Van X, how you doing, man? Welcome. They came from Amazon, actually. Okay, so. All right, so we'll do this. Bruh, like, I have done a lot of tree removal, a lot, and I got a problem with heights. Like, me and heights don't get along anymore. Dustin likes jujitsu. What's going on, man? Welcome back. 200 grit. 200. But you hand me a running chainsaw, and all of a sudden the fear of heights goes away. I'm not sure how that works. Knives and pizza. I have not done the mayhem yet. Just because I don't know whether or not I can sharpen it on the work sharp yet. I need to find out whether or not that thing can handle something that damn heavy. All right, it feels like we have already apexed and pulled a burr up. Oh, yeah. So like I said, this is a shit sharpening block that I got from Harbor Freight years ago for like $7. Well, I like starting at a low grit to get my bevel set. I'll take however much time it needs to raise a burr, and then move on. Yeah, the sound is rarely all that pleasant on y'all's end. However, if I'm going to hand sharpen on stream, it's just kind of the price of admission. Chris Crypto Life, what's up? How you doing, man? How is it going? I'll tell you what right now, though, we're talking chainsaws. Your favorite is either still or you're wrong. Nah, at least the Husqvarnas I've handled, and it's been a long time, they weigh a lot. They weigh a lot, but you get a lot of torque, and they don't bog. Like, they just don't fucking bog down. The stills, you can bog them down, but the stills will bog down, but they also weigh a lot less, and you still get plenty of power for that weight. Now, don't get me started. Like a fucking solo chainsaw, fuck that. Like the solo weed eaters, solo backpack blowers, those things always are far crappier. Like they're still good compared to the home gamer stuff, but oh god, I don't like them. Oh god, Poland, Jesus Christ. Well, let's see what we're doing just off 600 grit before stropping. Knives and pizza. I can't drink coffee like I used to. Somehow, when I destroy my stomach lining, I can't drink coffee like I used to. It doesn't. It hurts. Like it's not great. Come on, you son of a bitch. So it feels like there's still a snag right up in here somewhere. Let's give this some more love. Oh yeah. Like, I can pound a bunch of coffee and go right to sleep. That being said, I used to make my own mix off the shelf of some incredibly high-test stuff. Still tasted good, but it could pull a horse up out of a coma. I've seen grown men go through a half a cup and brown flag out. All right, and for those of y'all that are unfamiliar, if you don't have a super fine grit stone or you don't have a strop handy, you can do barely any pressure dragging backwards and work your burr off while cleaning your edge up quite a bit. Screw it. Let's see how I do with the fine paper. Are we still snagging? Come on. I think we are still snagging a little bit, even though I felt a burr. And of course, the entire burr might not be broken off. So let's break out the strops and see how this does. Let's see how it does after it's stropped. I never bothered cleaning the tape gunk off of this. That may be harming the performance a hair. Just a touch. Well, Big Bird, I appreciate that. I really do. I really appreciate that. Like, I do put in some effort into trying to provide something different. Like, if you're not going to stand out and try to be unique, you're not going to make it very far unless you're doing the same thing everybody else that's getting millions of views is doing, which, you know, a lot of those things are out of reach. Like, I'm not going to run a successful gaming stream. I know that much. I ain't good enough for that shit. This is my little niche. Michael, that sounds brutal and that sounds like a lot of anxiety. But I appreciate you being here and being a trooper, man. I don't think your 5% is going to last for another hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, G-Tear, I was at 2 packs a day before I started vaping, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel so much better than I did when I was smoking. It's not 100% perfect, but it's way less harmful. Adeline, what's going on? Welcome back. How you doing? Yeah, I was doing a pack of Marlboro Reds and a pack of Camel Wides every day. I was about that life. Sorry, Adeline. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to drop smoking, what I would do, like, it's only gonna work if you really want to. If you really wanted to, but basically cut the cigarettes down to about one in the middle of the day and one at night and just chain vape your ass off until you adjust because you're going to withdraw from the additives in the cigarettes more than nicotine. And just walk it back from there. It's like I went all electronic, and that was back when we didn't have the disposables we have now that make it easier. But it was 12 milligrams in a small tank at about 25 watts. And so I did that, and I wound up making myself smoke one in the middle of the day and one at night for about a week just to offset the withdrawals from the additives, and then I was fine. Like by the end of that week, I could not fucking stand the way they tasted at all. Hated the taste, hated the smell, hated everything about it. All right, where are we at this edge now? Oh, look at that, guys. Come on, start cleanly. Wow. You're telling me that first cut was a fucking lie? Let me get the tape crap off of here and see what that does. Yeah, it's doing so much better than it was. So much better. We have been streaming for 5 hours and 47 minutes now. Fook, have a good night, man. Appreciate you being here like always. Oh, come on. Still. Sharon, what's up? Welcome back. Oh, yeah, you know we're still going to be at it. We ain't hit our 7-hour mark yet. Nick Kennedy, what's going on? How you doing? So I'm going to guess, and place your guesses now. I'm going to guess we're going to be in the 140s. I don't feel like I spent enough time hogging off material on the 220 grit. So I think we're going to test in the 140s. We're doing good. We're still doing as good as we were the last time you were here a couple hours ago. Well, Nick, I definitely appreciate you, man. I definitely appreciate you. You're a moment of truth. 361, what the shit? Are you telling me I did not spend enough time? 361, I did not spend enough time hogging off material at 220. Sharon, we're not still on the same knife. Yeah, we got to 102. Yeah, we're trying again, but I can tell you right now, the way that felt going through that, it's definitely not sharp. Not as sharp as I thought. $295. Yeah. So that's where, again, practicing hand sharpening. Not great at it yet. Still learning. And I know what I did wrong. I did not spend enough time hogging the material off at 220 grit. So I guess let's break out the old precision adjust so the guys that haven't seen that thing yet can get a look at it. What, do you micro edge with tweezers or? Josie Wales, what's up? I don't think I've seen you in a little bit. How you doing, man? So for you guys that have just seen the big boy, the professional version, this is the one you can get for 120 bucks. So that's the unit you can get for 120. I said it's a much smaller and less impressive unit, especially going back to it after having run the professional for a little while. But this thing still does great work. No, G-Terror, I know what you're talking about. That was a masturbation joke. So like this one doesn't come with the digital angle finder, so you get kind of rougher guesses about where you are on this. So like this right here, you know, we got 20 on this side, we got notches on this side, so I've notched it down to about where 18 should be. And of course, we'll marker up the edge of this thing. I gotta tell you, for as good of a job as this thing does, and as much as we have relied on it for the last 7 months of streaming, 8 months, going back from the professional to this, it feels totally dinky. Kinda. Yeah, like I said, it's still working. It still does a great, it still does great work. But yeah, like it's so much smaller and slower. And by the way, talking about sharpening with a file, I've done that too. For a while there, all I had to sharpen my knives with, especially in the field, was a needle file and one of those gray stones that comes with the $5 survival knives. You know, it looks like basically lava rock. And then I could strop it by dragging it through a piece of wood. Yeah, like that button's just so hard to press down. One big failure. What's up? So I have got the professional. We have started using that. The guys have seen it a bunch, but they're also talking about being on a bit of a budget and stuff like that. So I'm showing this thing off too, which has been doing great. We've been relying on this for months now, for a hot minute. But I'm also kind of giving this one last run before it gets packed up. I'll give this away soon so someone else can get some joy out of it. But yeah, we are running the professional. We do have the professional. We've been doing that one all night. But I wanted to break this thing back out. This one is a $10 burner knife from Albatross. Really cheap gas station-y knife. Yes, I am aware you were talking about TS Prof. However, I don't have one of those. I have this and I have the professional. All right, one more touch on the other side. Like, I don't have a TS Prof to compare this to. At some point, I'd like to check into that. But what I have is I have this and I have the professional. So those are the ones I got to work with and the ones that I know. Yeah, here's the thing. Like, if you're sharpening for somebody else and you need to know what the angle is, and you need to know for sure that you're getting everything just right, and you don't have a ton of experience freehand sharpening, then yeah, like a fixed angle is going to be good, and the faster you can sharpen with it, the better, which is where you start getting into TS Prof and Wicked Edge and all that. Joe, the reason that guys will spit on their stones, especially if they're out in the field, is stones like to have some kind of lubrication on them. And you might not always have like a bottle of water to drop some of that on there, so you use what you got. And no one's made a Hawk Tuah joke yet, so I will. You got a Hawk Tuah that shit. Oh, knife still. Better drink my own piss. He's probably not. And for a hot minute there, I don't know if it's directly Bear Grylls' fault, but there was that advice that if you're out there and you're becoming dehydrated, you can drink your own urine. It's like, no, that's probably going to make you throw up. And yeah, and the second it comes out of you, it is sterile. It is sterile when it comes out of you, from what I understand, and of course, secondhand knowledge. But yeah, it's supposedly sterile when it comes out of you, so it is technically safe. However, it's probably going to make you throw up and make you more dehydrated than when you started, and that's the whole thing behind that. Yeah, we got 600 NR. If I get lost in the woods, I'd rather have about 8 marshmallows in one pants pocket and just try to find my way out. That it worked last time. No, seriously, the last time I got lost in the woods, all I had with me was like 8 marshmallows in my pocket, and I just had to kind of find my way out. Oh, damn, nice. So what, did they sell it knowing it was a fake, or what the hell happened there? Well, yeah, like I got... So I was at this campground up in the North Georgia mountains, and it's a pretty nice campground, but somebody that we were with, me and my brother were with, her parents ran the campground, so she was out there all summer, every summer, and supposedly knew the place really well. So we're on the trails, and she said there was a shortcut to get to some waterfalls we wanted to look at, so we listened, and we followed her and broke off of the path. We were supposed to be cutting over to another path nearby. She got lost, which means we got lost. So it's like me, her, and my brother. And my brother is an interesting person. If you tell him not to do something, especially if he's going to get very badly hurt, he's like, nah, fuck you, you don't tell me what to do, and does it anyways. So, like, we're lost on this mountain trying to figure out how to at least get to the bottom where we know a highway is. And, you know, so I'm like, I know there's a highway at the bottom of the mountain because that's what we drove in here on. So I ended up finding a stream. And it's like, we're going to follow the stream, and we're going to follow the direction of flow because water goes downhill. We'll get to the bottom of the mountain and get to the highway. That's what we'll do. And then we'll walk back to the campground from there. If you're asking me, no, it wasn't Duke Creek. But, and of course, my brother, not understanding how gravity worked, is like, no, water doesn't flow downhill. He wanted to turn around and go against the flow of the water and just climb up to the top of the mountain. He was quite young, so we'll give him that. But, you know, I had to fight him on that. I had to fight him on that because he wouldn't listen. And finally, I was just like, all right, you go that way. I'm going this way, going down the hill. Smash that like button, guys. Just gently fondle the underside of the like button, whatever you so desire. Whatever works for you, boo-boo. But, nah, so I was just like, you know what? I'm going this way. You can go that way all you want. And, Like he's just like, all right, we'll go this way because he didn't want to be left alone. And sure enough, like we work our way down there, we make it through a couple of drainage ditches, all kinds of stuff, and we hit one drainage ditch where the water got too deep for us to keep going. And I was trying to avoid climbing any large hills. No, most water does not run south. It just runs from the highest point to the lowest point. So if you're the highest point of your river is on the north side of a mountain, it's going to flow downhill north. But like I kind of knew conserving energy, I wasn't going to be climbing up any big ass hills I didn't have to, so we go through the drainage ditches. And we found one that just got way too deep, so we turned back and went to go over the hill, and boom, we were on the highway. And someone picked us up and took us back to the campground, but man, that was a long ass fucking day. You guys, that was a long ass fucking day. So now we're done with this thing. And like I said, the edge coming off of this is a lot shinier than the edge off of the ceramic with the professional. And you do also get a strop with it. Like I said, I know a ton of rivers don't necessarily run north, but it's not for any particular reason than where it starts on the mountain, basically. And which direction the water is coming from. I don't know. Like, in his defense, he was really young. Like, we were both really, really young. I think he was like 8 and I was 11 or some shit. Might have been a little bit younger. It's one of those things where it's like, if you're like, hey man, you're about to hurt yourself really badly. You know, like you're about to really badly get hurt. Please stop what you're doing. He's like, nah, fuck you. You don't get to tell me what to do. And proceeds to harm himself. Like I had one of those, if you remember those dragon scooters where you sat on the seat and you cranked the handlebars side to side on skateboard wheels and it took off of its own volition from the force of that. I had one of those and I tried to bomb the hill on my grandmother's driveway with it. And what I didn't know is the previous owner had modified it with a longer bolt than came with the one that connected the handlebars to the seat. That bolt hit the ground at the bottom of the hill. I went over the handlebars face first into the asphalt. So we just kept it up on the top of the driveway on flat ground after that. Well, my brother is over there visiting with me one day and he sees it and he grabs it and starts walking towards the top of the driveway. I'm like, don't do that. You will go over the handlebars and face plant at the bottom of the hill, same way I did. He got pissed off that I tried to tell him what to do, and he went anyways, and he broke one of his teeth in half going face first into the pavement at the end of the driveway because I tried to tell him what to do. You know, and it's kind of like it's kind of like this kid's going places. Not college, but places. No, I didn't laugh like I didn't want him to get hurt in the first place. You know, it's not like I was standing there with that thing going, I dare you to bomb that hill with it. Like, I really didn't feel like seeing him get hurt doing that. So, I mean, that's the thing is like that driveway was steep enough that you picked up a lot of fucking speed going down there. So when you went face first into that pavement at the bottom, like your shit was getting fucked up. Like you were getting fucked up. Yeah, the dentist was one of them. You know, I'm not trying to just sit here and shit on the guy by any stretch of the imagination. It's just this kind of a little bit of insight into how we wound up in that situation we were in, trying to get out of the damn woods. Okay, I think off of this run, we're going to be down to the... I think we're going to be down into the 120s off of this one. Yeah, I will say before the advent of the internet, like everything, like before the advent of the internet, so much of that shit was not considered child abuse. But if you filmed yourself shoving your kids down a hill in a tire today, a lot of people would be like, "That's fucking awesome," but there'd be enough people to be like, "That's child abuse." That your ass could get dragged, doxxed, and everything else, and like you fucking death threats in your emails nonstop. Yeah, I mean, God knows. Now, that being said, when I was like 14 or 15 years old, one of my bedroom doors just went straight to the front yard. So I was able to just go do whatever the fuck I felt like. That might be bad, but yeah. One big fail. I am using diamond paste that I got off of Temu. That is my stropping compound. I use 5 different microns. We have done 28 micron. We have done 14 micron. We have done 10 micron. Now we're on 5 micron. We're going to 2.5 micron, and then that's the last drop that I have. As you can see, we are getting that beautiful shiny, shiny edge. Yeah, I don't think I ever got to roll down a hill in a tire like that. Just the areas we grew up in, we didn't have those kind of things laying around. You know, nobody had a tire that big or a hill big enough, but we did have other means of doing stuff like that. Yeah, like just the tire hill sounds like it would have been amazing when I was a kid. You know, we had like tall ass walls that we jumped off of. We had one wall, I think it was like about 8-10 feet tall, something like that, at the apartment complex we were at. And we thought somehow that shopping bags would make good parachutes. So we'd climb to the top of that thing and jump off it and just spend our whole afternoon doing that shit. Nobody got hurt. Everything went well. You know, a whole bunch of there's like a whole bunch of like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds out there running around, zero adult supervision, right next to a fucking highway. Oh yeah. Damn it. Yeah, we're in the butter zone. I like how I keep snagging at inopportune times because the paper's flexing a little bit. Luke, what's up? How you doing, man? Let's take a stab at some printer paper. See how much better we're doing here. We're good, man. We're good. We are good. We're balls deep in a live stream. We have done our second knife for the night. We have done a lot of sharpening. We have been having a great time. Brother, to watch me try to shave my toes, there better be a couple of $100 in that. Oh yeah, well I mean, that thing, like, I have no questions about what I'm doing with it. I have done so much sharpening with it, like I know pretty much exactly what I'm doing most of the time. And it's, again, when I make mistakes on that, it's the same thing. I'm not spending enough time on the 220 grit just hogging material off. So I am going to guess now we should be in the 120s. That's what it feels like. I'm going to guess 120s. $152. That's still not bad. That's still not bad. Of course, there's only so much of an edge the steel is going to take, as soft as it is. So we may just be at the limits of what this steel can do. But I'll take a 152. That's a good edge. That is a good edge. Yeah, Joe, there better be a couple $100 on the line for me to try to shave my toes, especially like with how this feels. Yeah, we wound up in the 150s, but that's not going to be an easy to shave deal. No, thank you. No, thank you. What else do we do for the next 30 or 40 minutes here? I'm not sure. You guys that have gotten here recently. Oh, yeah, it'll shave. It'll shave pretty easy. I'll take that back. Might not be as easy as I think. Nah, it's shaving. It's shaving. This edge on this steel will not do the whole cut a hair in half deal. This edge will not do the cut a hair in half deal. I'd love to be able to do that, but I'm not sure exactly how to achieve that. But that is higher end sharpening stones and stuff like that, and a much higher end steel. Hey, you just said you wanted to know if it'd shave. You said that. I was there when you said it. Well, no, I don't want to be at work in a customer-facing job with a bunch of bare patches on my arm. Like, that's not a good look. So I kind of got to do stuff where it's not visible. Yeah, like you're the one that said you wanted to see if it'd shave. You wanted to know. Um, no. So like if you look, and again, Outdoors 55 is the easiest one to point out. Like he does that. He sharpens things to where he can like whittle a hair in half. He doesn't go from the top down the way cartoons do, but he'll come in from the side and like literally split it like that. So it can be done. It can be done. I know Dutch Bushcraft Knives, they've done it a few times. Like it's totally doable. It is a real thing. Like I have tried that on one of my edges. It didn't work out. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to sharpen. Like I don't have any more cutting cardboard up in me. This part of my hand is annihilated. That's 2 nights in a row of cutting. It is absolutely annihilated. That is just, it's been too much. Um, I know I want to kind of keep everyone occupied for the next 30 minutes or so here, but I'm not sure with what. I will say, like, if you guys didn't see it, this thing, my God, like HX Outdoors, I've got another one of their knives that looked really cool, and it seems to be good. But this one, the edge came out of the box in the 500s, brand new factory edge, and the edge is already chipped. I have not used this. I have not done anything with it, but the edge is already chipped right here. Well, the thing is I don't use gloves because I need to know what the ergonomics are like and whether or not it's going to hurt after an extended period. So we don't do gloves. We don't. Um, the edge I think is hitting something, but it's hard to tell. It's hard to get enough light down in there to see if there is where the wow. Okay, there we are. But it's kind of hard to see down in here well enough to tell whether or not there's actually a screw in there. Because like I'm not seeing an impact point where this thing would hit. There's no scratched up metal. There's no marks in here where the edge would have hit. Um, yeah, I don't have any built up right now. Unfortunately, I'm not the man I used to be with the belching and other such noises. But like I'm not seeing anywhere in here where it would have hit. There's no marks, no nicks, no dings, no nothing. I think it was just chipped. Because like it seems like it's designed well enough. Yeah, I've already hit the bathroom. Like I've hit the bathroom. I've done the things there. The hander pants are on, but somehow, like I will say, these things aren't durable. These things are not durable. They did not stand up to a lot of use before they started tearing to pieces. But yeah. So like this thing right here is going right back. That's what I'm sending this back, and I ordered the QSP Penguin for this thing. So that's coming in. That's gonna be nice to see. Shit. Like, and most of you guys have already seen all the knives piled up in the box again and again and again. I'm tired of looking at them myself. If my shoulder wasn't so blown out, I'd find something else to sharpen. But I also don't like the fact that this is a slip joint. It doesn't say it's a slip joint or anything else, and it doesn't really give you clear enough pictures on Amazon to show you whether or not it's a like you don't see enough of it to know whether or not it's a liner lock or a frame lock or anything else. So I thought liner lock. But no, it's a slip joint. I'm not a fan of slip joints, but they don't hurt my feelings as bad as they used to now that I've carried a few and kind of gotten over the fear of doing something that I don't do anymore anyways. Like I don't do dangerous, sketchy shit with them anymore. I prefer a knife that'll lock open. So like I was disappointed to see it was a slip joint, and then seeing that edge and that chip in the edge. Yeah, no, forget that mess. Forget that. But yeah, the Penguin's on its way in. I am looking forward to playing around with that thing. I am overdue on that, and unfortunately, I missed out on the early hype train where I would have gotten a ton of views on the video. But yeah, I missed out on that window of opportunity. I should have gotten it when it was new and went ahead and did videos on it then, but the channel was so small it wouldn't have made a fucking difference anyways. Now with a larger audience, I might actually pick up the views. Like the first storm pooper video I did. The first storm pooper I did. That's like up over 4,000 views now. I think this is the second one we cracked open. But like that's up over 4K views. I couldn't tell. I had to go back and look, but I know the first video I did on this one's picked up a lot of views. Like those have done a lot of good for the channel. That being said, other videos like other knives, it's kind of hard to pick up more than about 400 or 500 views on them if they do really good. So I'm still working on getting that part of the audience built up watching the long form videos. Because it's like, you know, this guy, the videos I've done so far have paid for the one that I bought off eBay and the rest of them that I bought at retail at Walmart. So this is paid for itself. This is more than paid for itself, and I know the change that came in off of the live streams also helped cover that. So like that's done well, but not a lot of other stuff has really paid itself off. Some of the live stream knives that we've done where the live stream was heavier on the super chats and all that, you know, those have covered their own asses, but like I said, a lot of the stuff that you see has come out of pocket. Like I have paid for it out of pocket. I don't have you know, I don't have a lot of guys. I don't have anyone besides Jen really sending me stuff to check out. And by the way, I do have a new Jen to take a look at. I've got the Jen Rhino. I'm finally able to do videos on that, so that's going to be a lot of fun to put together. That is a button lock. I am looking forward to that. It looks really good. It looks really good. The only caveat there is it looks like the button lock may have to be tuned a little bit when you're putting it together before it works perfectly smoothly. That's one thing that I have seen with it. So I'm looking forward to digging into that one and getting it put together and seeing how it does. That is going to be a lot of fun. And that may also be taking up pocket space before something else does, before the Christmas shows up, just so I can get that up there in time for Jen Knives and hook them up. Oh, God. Ow. Michael, like I don't have people send me stuff right now. Like Punisher, he is a trusted friend. He's been around for a while, and he's got something that I do need to take a look at. But like, it's just like having people send me stuff is a slippery slope that's going to turn into a nightmare for a lot of people. Like one, I'm definitely not going to send shit back, and two, you might send something that I either don't get to for like 7 or 8 months or not at all. And I don't know about you, but that's a really disappointing thing. Like I'd start getting bothered by that. Like I sent it, why hasn't it been looked at? It's like, bruh, I've had so much other shit to look at, I haven't even had a chance to get to it. And that will fall off the back burner into obscurity. Like it won't be seen again. You know, we have been talking about that. Yeah, it's one of those things. Like I can't really follow through and treat people right for doing that, especially not when it's full Mysterio. What's up? How you doing? Welcome. You know, I can't really treat people right when they do that, especially like when more than 1 or 2 people do that. Holy shit. You talk about getting flooded with stuff. Like I might be able to do an unboxing and be like, here's my first impression of this thing. It's really cool. And then throw it off to the side and never actually do a proper review on it. Like that's not fucking fair. That's not fair at all. What are you mad at right now, Full Mysterio? We now have a mystery on our hands. We all need to know. Right? Do every knife on the planet. Like, I could probably get every woman on the planet pregnant in one day, but not every knife. Oh, gotcha. Sports ball. Yeah, it's just G-tear. It's just it's again like if I'm gonna mess with something like, and that's part of it is like, again, it gets kind of boring. You watch guys that are doing their knife channel stuff, and it's again, they look at the knife real quick and it's just they'll open it and look at it, flip it open it a couple of times, and they're like, this thing is amazing. Like, you got to get one. It's like, bro, how does it do after a week of use? Like, I'm not bashing other guys for that being their primary bread and butter on the channel. Of course, there is a market for guys that just want to see what it is real fast. But it's like, I do kind of want to know, what is it like to use? How does it cut? Like, how does it handle extended use? Like, what's it like in your pocket? Things like that. Like, how does it handle day-to-day use? And that's where it's like, if I'm just looking, and part of it too is I'm paying out of pocket for these things. Paying out of pocket to just open a knife up, show it on camera real fast, say, hey, this thing is great, and then put it back up and never do anything with it. Like, that's a tiny bit of content for money that I spent where I need to be getting as much mileage out of these as I can. Like, it's a little, right? Like, I'd love to be able to, like, and again, if the channel gets big enough that I'm hitting the point where I got knives laying around to basically just throw away, then it's like, how does it throw? How does it do this stuff? Like, that'd be a lot of fun. You get cheap knives like this and be like, well, how does it throw? But like, a little peek under the skirts here. Like, if I'm paying money for something, I need to get as much mileage out of it as I can. I need to get as many videos up there as I can out of it, do as much with it as I can in my environment. And well, I'm sure you got friends or coworkers that would probably appreciate them a lot more and actually get use out of them, if we're being honest. So like, I got to get my mileage out of it. Like, that's why we've had the series of videos on this that we've had. We're going to wind up with at least one more before the holidays are over, once things start, let me try this. Yuho Vereen. God, I really butchered that one. I really butchered that one. I can't do the A with the umlaut, the sound, very well. It's like Yuho Verir. And like, I can't pronounce that right. Like, I really tried. So we go with Yuho Verir, the American version of what I'm reading. But yeah, I don't have any Pugos, but like, that's my thing. Like, I don't do fixed blades. Like, the Pugos look interesting, but I don't have a good way to test them. As I was talking about to the guys about earlier, like, we talk about it every live stream, but like with the fixed blades, I can't carry them. I can't carry them at work. I can't work with them day in and day out. So it's like, the only thing I could do is open it and be like, this looks awesome, and then cut cardboard with it. And it's like, I need more mileage out of that if I'm going to spend money on it. Phoenix Blaze 1776, what's up? Are you talking about these guys? It's like, this one is fucking phenomenal for $10, and for $5, this one's fucking amazing. Like, the only big difference between these two is this is what I'm pretty sure is 3CR steel, and this is D2. And this D2 is fucking nuts. The 3CR is good. It is good for 3CR 13. John Pletcher, what's up? How you doing? But yeah, so like, I know, like, it's jewelry, and I'd love to be able to carry a fixed blade and bling that thing out with some lanyards and stuff like that. Something out there being seen. But like, I work in retail and I got to be dressed business casual. I can't carry a fixed blade. I can't have a knife hanging off my belt. A multi-tool already looks kind of unprofessional, but I do use that fairly often at work to fix shit because nobody else will fix it. But like, I can't open carry a fixed blade, and I'm not about to carry that tucked in the waistband or in the pocket, because I will fucking cut myself with it. I will. And I don't want that happening. No. I do have a Mora, and at some point when I get the itch, I'm going to do Cardboard Slayer with it. But when I go to sharpen it back up, I'm not going to get the 0 Scandi grind that it has on it back on there. It's going to be a different grind. It'll probably be down to like an 18-degree V-edge at the end of the Scandi right here, which ain't going to be bad, but you know, it's going to suck not having that zero grind on it anymore. It's a $10 knife, but I still like to have these things out of the box the way they are. Yeah, well, I mean, the Ozark trails are not going to stand up to a bug out necessarily. Where is it? You know, the Ozark trails aren't quite going to stand up to the bug out. You know, you got your S30V steel here, D2, and pretty sure 3CR13. However, they are cheaper and easier to acquire. Benchmades are overpriced. And this one, they probably will stand up to the same kind of abuse a Benchmade will until you get to the blade. The blades on this are going to be easier to break, but you know, you can see like I've got the CF Elite. I got the strongest baseline bug out you can get. There's still some flex here. Not as bad as the Gryvex handles or the Gryvery. This has its flex too, more flex. We haven't done the real bug out yet. It's in the box, and I do throw it in there occasionally when I feel good enough that I think I can handle like a 9-10 hour live stream. But I haven't done that yet. And I would like, if I'm going to run a marathon like that, I would like to do that either raising funds to help keep the light on or doing it for charity. And that's one thing I'm looking at. And I've talked about it before, but coming up April, I think, a friend of mine, like one of the best people that I know, just highest quality humans that I know, Josie Wales, thank you for the $2. Thank you for the super chat. Would you like to pick a figure out? Of course, we have got the robot, the ninja, the Frankenstein, the Grim Reaper, the mummy, the knight, the alien, and the scuba guy. Yeah. But in April, like all the super chats coming in for April are going to be going towards his fundraiser for Make-A-Wish Georgia. He spends the entire month streaming on Twitch and doing what he can to raise money for Make-A-Wish Georgia. And I am pairing with him for that. And we're going to figure out how to make that work. Like, we're probably going to be doing a podcast on Twitch that I'll be on, kind of doing something special for that on his side. And, you know, kind of introducing me to his audience as Knives, I guess, instead of just a guy that's hung out on his podcast before. And then we'll have him here in the comments during at least one live stream. And we're going to be raising as much as we can for Make-A-Wish Georgia. The best I've done to help is I have plugged him in with Eduardo Saul after Eduardo won his episode of Forged in Fire. Turns out my guy Akil was a huge Eduardo Saul fan. You know, I know the guy from other, you know, from outside Forged in Fire, like he's a friend of mine. And Eduardo helped him out with getting a custom blade up there to auction off for Make-A-Wish, and they cleared over like $5,000 that month. I'd love to be able to help him push above and beyond that. You know, I'd love to be able to raise a significant amount of money on our end to help him out and to do my part for Make-A-Wish for his fundraiser. Then, you know, we are looking at doing an endurance run, an absolute torture run. Maybe taking an extra day off of work some point to just do that, start early and go long. And that might be when we start hitting the Magna Cut or the S30V, or you know, like I've still got that S20V to show you guys with the Fireball. So we have options there. But if I'm going to do an endurance run like that, like I said, it's either going to be raising money to help me out or raising money to help someone else out, because that's going to be some torture. Joe, you never picked a figure out. Or do you want socks? What do you want? But I will say the bug out, it feels a lot smoother, a lot more refined. It is overall, you know, a higher build quality and a higher standard. But, you know, for this feels a lot cheaper. It feels a lot cheaper, but it's going to do just as good. Like, unless you're in a hard use environment and really beating on the steel, this is going to do just as good for you. And this is going to do as good, but need to be sharpened more often. And of course, you got the I have not seen a Krakatoa. But you know, and again, you stack this up against the Ozark Trail axis locks from last year, just last year's, and this is a fucking this is light years ahead of last year's. Like the amount of improvement between last year and this year on these axis locks is monumental. And the 3CR on this will take an insanely sharp edge. Insanely sharp. Aw, chat died. But yeah, I got two of last year's. Let me get them out of the box here. All right, we'll do a figure. But we got this one from last year's batch. And we got this one from last year's batch. And give me 1 second. We're going to give Joe the mummy. Yay! But, what the fuck was I saying? Oh, yeah, so this one had a massive quality control failure from the factory that would stop you from using the axis lock the way you would normally use an axis lock. All right. You know, like you would pull the axis lock and try to swing it open and it would stop right here and be hard stuck because of the way the channel that this flipper tab rides around the crossbar on. It was horribly malformed. And it was one of those things where I guess they were stamping the blanks out in the factory before they went to grind. And it was like a 45 into a 45, two straight lines instead of a nice smooth curve. So I had to take that apart and spend a couple hours taking it apart, hitting it with the grinder, putting it back together, taking it apart again. And I don't know how the fuck you get the crossbar apart to get it fully disassembled. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do there. So it was the crossbar still in there and trying to get the pivot pin back in and get the washers back on and everything else without it being fully disassembled, which sucked. You know, and just like the when I bearing swapped that when I bearing swapped the mossy oak yesterday, the female side of the pivot pin on this was mushroomed out on the end, so it wouldn't fit back in there properly. And so I realized that, and I took it to the grinder and just grinded a small chamfer onto the end of that, so it would actually punch back in properly, and it made life a lot easier. But you know, trying to work on these without knowing how to get the crossbar apart, Jesus Christ, it sucks. Christ Almighty, it sucks. And of course, knowing Bruno, have a good night, man. I appreciate you checking in from Brazil. That's awesome. But knowing that I'm gonna have to figure out how to put the crossbar back together again after the scales go on, or not after the scales go on. Never mind. Yeah, like a lot of these, the scales won't come all the way off if the axis lock is still together. But I think the scales on this did come all the way off. I think. I don't remember. Oh no, I'm glad I got them. Like they did do good numbers for the channel. They got some views in. They're fun toys, but $5 for these feel like shit compared to this. This is on bearings. These are not. These are on washers. This one feels super cheap. Like you can't loosen the action up enough to get a centrifugal open. Like you can't loosen it up enough for that without introducing a lot of side-to-side blade play. Like this thing is locked in hard. it looks a lot nicer. I do like it, but like the design is a little bit weak. It definitely like it's just this end right here wants to slide out of your hand while you're holding it to pull the lock back. So it always feels a little bit sketchy, like you're not 100% secure on it. Like you can secure up against the God, you can secure yourself with the pocket clip right here, but it doesn't feel secure. That's the only way to put it. Like it doesn't feel secure. These are on nylon washers, not phosphor bronze. Bronze would be a lot better, and at least bronze, if you take the bronze washers out, you can get some 1000 grit sandpaper and sit there and polish them a bit and get them working really smooth. But I would have loved to have had bronze washers to play with, and that's what I thought I was gonna do with this one. You know, this one right here, nylon washers. I got done carrying it. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to see if I can find some bronze washers to slap in here, polish them up, and loosen it up. Because, again, $3.57 axis lock. That would have been good to play around with. But I just stumbled across bearings gutting a Temu knife that happened to fit. And they fit right, and the knife works good. And no issues with it. The blade's centered. Like, everything worked out really well with it. But yeah, if you take a knife apart and you've got bronze washers, get you some super fine sandpaper, a little bit of water, and just sit there, figure eight with them until they're polished and pretty shiny. The white one, it holds up like 3CR13. So we did this one on an 18-degree edge. It did... where are my notes? Where are my notes? Like, the difference between science and bullshit is writing down the results. And, let's see. This one, we did an 18-degree edge. It chopped down at 105, and then it took 2 hours and 45 minutes to go to 450. So, for 3CR on a brand new 18-degree hand-sharpened edge, it did really good for what I'm pretty sure is 3CR13. It did really well for whatever cheap steel they used. Yeah, I haven't polished washers yet either. I haven't, like, taken apart something that had bronze washers to polish. Everything's either been on nylon or it's been on bearings. Yeah, and I mean, bronze was a thing back in the day. Like, bronze is still a thing. If you're on washers, you want bronze. Like, if you're on washers, what you want there is bronze. And the shitty thing here is my SD card was getting slammed out. And I had done a 13-minute video doing a full compare and contrast between these 4 axis locks, kind of showing how far things have come since last year. And I accidentally deleted that along with everything else I deleted, trying to make room on the SD card, so I got to redo that whole video. I don't feel like it right now. I may give it a couple days when I don't have something else to upload. But man, that sucked. Yeah, we got about 15 minutes before this thing closes down completely. Because I'm going to have to go upstairs and sit for a while and unwind before I load up on meds and welcome oblivion. And get myself into one of the 2 most challenging weeks of the year at work. The week of Thanksgiving and the week of Crimbus. Y'all send someone to avenge my death. Like, in this thing, I would have, I feel like I should have carried this a lot more, but when I got this, it was like the most expensive knife I had, and I was scared of dropping it or dinging it or anything else. That first drop or scratch. So I've carried it and I've looked at it, but that was a long time ago. And now, like, I've got so much shit, I got so much shit in rotation that I can't really get back to this thing proper. So it's more like it's nice to have. And if I do go out and do something, like I can carry this with me if I'm not at work on a review cycle with a knife. But yeah, like this thing's barely been touched. What is your nephew getting for Christmas now? I'm assuming the white dropout or the white storm pooper. Or are you going full on bug out? I have not seen the Camillus Axis Lock at Walmart, but I do have the Camillus Axis Lock on my wish list on Amazon to pick up. Speaking of which, let me see if on my wish list that is on sale right now. Yeah, the Rovax. And it is not on sale right now, but it is an Axis Lock with a black handle, a blue caps on the Axis Lock, plain edge. It's 420 stainless, so the steel's gonna suck. Experience Precision, what's up? How are you doing? I did say dropout, but I'm looking at this one while talking about the right one, the white one, and this is a storm pooper. So I do have the Rovax on my wish list. How much is that set? Well, the bug out does weigh a lot less. It is front heavy. Yeah, it is a little bit front heavy, but it's also much lighter weight. Yeah, Experience Precision, nice. I'm glad you dropped by. That being said, we are 6 hours and 56 minutes into the stream. So in about 15 minutes here, we're gonna shut the live stream down so I can go lay down. But we've done our edge retention testing on the mossy oak that I bearing swapped, and we also finished off this $10 Albatross burner. Yeah, no, old Camillus is definitely way better. I wish I could buy Camillus right now and turn that shit around. Like, if I could afford to buy Camillus, I would, and start turning that shit back around and turn it into something. Like, I've got the old generation, the first generation Camillus lever lock, and I've got the newer lever lock that came out a couple of years ago that is no longer purchasable, and the price on that has jumped quite a bit. But yeah, if I could buy Camillus right now, I would, and start working on turning that company around. Like, I'd start focusing on trying to find ways to make stuff like the dropout and the storm pooper and make them good. You know, start looking at ways to accomplish this and also introduce better stuff and better materials. You know, shit on bearings, shit with D2 on it, stuff like that. You know, stuff that's worth buying and not gas station grade trash. Because, like, I got a soft spot for Camillus. They don't deserve it, but I have one. I would love for Camillus to start doing good stuff. I'm not sure if we're ever going to get that again, but if I could buy Camillus right now, I would, and start turning them around. You know, get like one good knife to take off and start just selling good stuff again. Yeah. Well, I'm sure Camillus, the brand itself, would take a lot to buy. I'm sure, from what our holding company has it. And then getting everything retooled to where you're making good shit and bringing in good designers would probably also cost quite a bit. That might be where, if you want to make $1 million, you start with $1 billion. If I had to guess. So I don't think I've ever actually done that with the knife before. I don't think I've ever actually tried to do the feather stick on paper. John, we're on the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional now. We were doing the Elite up until last night when we defrocked the Professional, but we're using the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional now. Which I've already had that broken out 2 or 3 times tonight. My arm is a bit too wrecked to keep sharpening. Otherwise, I would have it back out again playing with something. Yeah, like we are on the Precision Adjust Professional now. Yeah, that is that's pretty neat right there. But anyone else got anything interesting for the next like 8 or 9 minutes here? Yeah. Like I said, I have barely used the bug out. I got it and I got scared of carrying it because I didn't want to like get that first ding or drop or scratch on it. And then once the channel started building up steam, Punisher, all right, man, have a good night. Appreciate you being here like always. But yeah, like I did that thing where it just became kind of a shelf queen, which a bug out shouldn't be a shelf queen. In all reality, a bug out should not be a shelf queen. Chef Rocky, dude, thank you for the 20. What's up, man? How are you doing? It has been a minute. You doing good, man? Yeah, like the factory edge is not as refined as the edges I've been putting on stuff, but it's still plenty good. Yeah, Chef Rocky, like we went through and we torture tested this mossy oak right here, and I swapped bearings into it. I swapped out the nylon washers for bearings. Why? I don't know, but it's funny. Morlock, I'm not sure if we're gonna hit the point. And of course, Chef Rocky, if you'd like to pick a figure out, you're more than welcome to. As always, Ninja, Frankenstein, Robot, Grim Reaper, Mummy Knight, Alien, Scuba Guy. But yeah, $3.57 axis lock. $3.57 axis lock. But yeah, I don't know. All right, we're doing Frankenstein. But But yeah, it's again, like even if I set up a P.O. box to accept stuff, there's going to be stuff coming in that I'd never get to look at, and that's not really fair. So I don't think I'm going to wind up doing that. If I do decide to, I'm not going to feel good about just open it up, show it on the channel, and then throw it on the pile. You know, that's the big thing with that. And your question about compound, I am a bit lost on that one. What is compound, Chef Rocky? But yeah, we also between last night's live stream and tonight's live stream got about the compound grind on this edge edge is just a V grind. The edge is something I did with the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional. So it's just a straight up 18-degree V edge. And it got stropped within an inch of its life. So that's what we got there. And of course, totally mirrored out and shiny. Yeah, but no, like this was in a gift set, a $25 gift set of 7 knives. The other 6 knives, absolute trash. Absolute trash. 5 tip down knives, the shittiest utility knife you've seen in your life. And then this. And I do not recommend buying that whole set just to get this, but if you're going to make videos on YouTube, then you got a reason. And I don't know how well it shows up on camera, but down here you can see exactly where the stones couldn't reach anymore because of the thumb studs. Yeah, you can see it right there. Like, that is a little hilarious. But yeah, like I always hated that you come in like right as the live stream's wrapping up. Like, we are 7 hours and 5 minutes in on this bad boy. I have been sitting in this chair for 7 fucking hours. Oh my god. Yeah, unless it's at some point, I'm going to be digging around trying to find some aftermarket stones for the professional. You know, I kind of despise how Worksharp's always like, no, it's got to be our proprietary shit. But I probably end up buying an adapter just so I can get 100 grit and 1,000 grit stones for that thing. Because like starting at 220 and ending at 800 seems a little bit like it's not quite enough. I don't know why Worksharp doesn't sell like other stones. Like, you should be able to buy other stones for that. You should be able to buy 100 grit, 1,000 grit, 1,200. Like, they're missing out on an opportunity to sell shit there. I don't know why they do that. It's like the weirdest decision. Like, I am confused by it. But yeah, wow, chat went dead. Chat went dead. But we got about 3 minutes left if anyone's got anything interesting. Or if someone's got something to get me going on a good tangent. What do we got? We got something? JJ, what's up? Yeah, like I said, I was just showing off, like, we dug these out. Yeah, me too, trust me. But we got these out to kind of show the progress, because like these are last year's Axis locks from the holidays, and then this is this year's, and of course we got the infamous dropout. Just the leaps, like this is light years ahead of these, just over the last year. You know, these were really cool for $5, but now they feel like trash compared to this one. Josie Wales, like, I don't cook. Like, I don't cook, and right now I don't have a... Yeah, 1977, I'll be going to sleep soon enough. But, like, I don't have family that I hang out with for the holidays, and I don't hang out with the wife's family on the holidays, so, like, Thanksgiving's probably going to be, if we're lucky, go out to Golden Corral, or just sit at the house and do nothing, and then the wife's going to be upset we didn't do anything. Right? Yeah, like, that's one thing I do miss is going and seeing people on Thanksgiving. I do my best to claim one of the turkey legs and just walk around with that shit all day. Like, I do miss doing that. That is still so funny to me. But, yeah, we're going to start wrapping this shit up, everybody. You guys have a great night. I am going to go rest and go in and start the most challenging week of the year for us at work, basically. Send someone to avenge my death, please. Nanya, thank you for the kind words. I know you came in at a bad time when we're shutting everything down. Like, we are stopping the stream basically as we speak. Chef Rocky, hopefully you can get in earlier on the next one. Hopefully. Like, I hate that you came in right as we're shutting it down. G-Tear, no, I'm going to be at work. Like I said, I am going into work, and like, for those of y'all that don't know, I close at work. So I am there from like 1 or 2 in the afternoon until 10 or 11 at night. So no, I don't do live streams on days I work. But and if I was doing mids, couldn't do that either because I got to be up early. So yeah, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate y'all so much. But yeah, I will see y'all again probably on Saturday. Just keep an eye out on the community post. I'll let you know when it's happening. But yeah, y'all have a good night. I'm tapping out. 7 hours and 10 minutes. Oh yeah, will do.